Chapter 49-43. Bao's Wuliang's concern was reasonable. After all, Chang Mingui would not give up no matter what. Why should the two of them get involved in this mess? It was better to hide far away and watch the tigers fight. After all, they could not afford to offend Lin Yi, let alone Chang Mingui. If they were to be targeted by either of them, both of them would be in deep trouble. If they behaved themselves and stayed in a good spot to watch the show, they might be able to witness a satisfying scene. Young Master Bao, you're wrong. If we don't do anything, there's a high chance that we won't be able to see any good show. Su Kesheng shook his head. How is that possible? The ghost for death won't let Lin Yi go. Bao's Wuliang suddenly jumped up. Indeed, he won't let Lin Yi go. But if he doesn't rush over immediately, Lin Yi will probably escape. Su Kesheng smiled helplessly. Just as he said before, the most rational choice right now was to give up. Otherwise, no matter what they did, they would more or less have to bear some risk. But then again, if the two of them did nothing, it would be unrealistic for them to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight like Bao's Wuliang expected. Run away? Bao's Wuliang was stunned. Only then did he realize that from Lin Yi's point of view, the best choice at the moment was to escape before Chang Mingui could react. As long as he escaped back to the North Island, Chang Mingui would not be able to do anything to him. After all, it was impossible for Chang Mingui to chase him all the way to the North Island. Not to mention whether he would go or not, even if he did, it would be useless. The North Island was not a pushover. With a super big boss like Shanghai Tianhua in charge, would he dare to come looking for trouble? He would be looking for a beating. That's right. Lin Yi isn't a fool. Since he dared to attack Zongzili and Chang Liting, he must have calculated the ghost for death's revenge. That's why he only has two choices left. He can either find strong external help to block the attack, or he can escape. Su Kesheng analyzed. Now that you've put it that way, he really only has one option left, which is to run away. The life expiator ghost isn't someone to be trifled with. That Lin fellow will only die if he encounters him. Zhuang Yifan and the three Morning Star powerhouses might be able to deal with the life expiator ghost, but do they have such a close relationship with that Lin fellow? Usually, they look harmonious, but once they encounter such a life-threatening situation, they will definitely stand by and watch. So, the one with the surname Lin can only run away. Bao's Wuliang immediately came to a realization after being reminded like this. Exactly. I dare say that if the ghost for death wants to seek revenge on Lin Yi, his only chance is to do so on Thunderous Plains Island. Otherwise, once Lin Yi returns to the Morning Star Academy, even if the three Morning Star powerhouses aren't willing to fight to the death with the ghost for his sake, they'll still be able to delay him and let him escape. Su Kesheng's face was full of foresight. Even if that's the case, there's no need for us to specially go to Tripod City to complain, right? With such a huge incident happening, the ghost for death will definitely rush over immediately to denounce us. He can't possibly be patient and slowly negotiate through the official channels, right? Bao's Wuliang said disapprovingly. No, it's the exact opposite. We have to go, and we have to go immediately. Su Kesheng shook his head and said with certainty. Why? Bao's Wuliang was stunned. If we don't go, who's going to report to the ghost for death? Right now, the people on the Tripod City Academy's ship who are in charge are all dead or alive. Zongzili, Chang Liting, and the two libationers are all lying on the ground. Right now, their ship is definitely in a mess. At this time, there's no way anyone would dare to step forward and report to the ghost for death. Whoever steps forward will be unlucky. Su Kesheng laughed coldly and curled his lips. I reckon that by the time the ghost for death receives the last news, Lin Yi will have already escaped back to the Northern Island. What's the use then? Not bad, not bad. You're really smart, kid. If not for your reminder, I wouldn't have thought of all this. Bao's Wuliang's eyes lit up as he praised. You flatter me, young Master Bao. I was just thinking a little too much. Although Su Kesheng spoke modestly, his expression showed that he was enjoying it. If that's the case, then we can't delay any longer. We have to borrow a flying spirit beast to get to the Tripod City. Although the Tripod City isn't too far from here, If we want to see the ghost for death, we'll have to put in some effort. We can't delay for too long. If we wait for Lin Yi to escape back to the Morningstar Academy, then all our efforts will be in vain, Bao Zuoliang said impatiently. Yes, there's no time to lose. Let's get there as soon as possible. Su Kesheng nodded repeatedly. The two of them found the Alliance Division, and Bao Zuoliang showed up, successfully borrowing a flying spirit beast. They immediately set off for Cauldron City. From the beginning to the end, the people of Morningstar Academy didn't notice the two of them sneaking away. They were all talking about Lin Yi, and no one had the time to pay attention to them. When the sky darkened, Lin Yi appeared in front of everyone in a relaxed manner. He smiled and said, "Let's go eat." Wang Xinyan and the others looked at each other and smiled. Seeing Lin Yi's expression, they knew that they had succeeded. They didn't ask any more questions and crowded around him as they walked towards the Alliance branch. Li Ren brought a group of Morningstar Academy disciples and followed behind them. As for Liu Ziyu, she went back to call the Morning Pride Academy disciples. Because of Hua Yudi, she was leading the team as the vice dean. At this time, the Alliance had already notified that the celebration banquet would be held in advance at the Thunder Plain Island Alliance branch. All Academy disciples could attend the banquet. Although this was against the rules, and not only were the Academy disciples who were still training unable to attend, even the Academy disciples who had left early had no chance of attending the banquet. However, Zhuang Yifan was the chairman of the Alliance. With his position and strength, he could do whatever he wanted. He didn't need to discuss it with anyone. If you couldn't attend, you could only blame your own bad luck. Would you dare to complain to Zhuang Yifan? Moreover, although the banquet was held in a hurry, most of the academies were present, so it wasn't too outrageous. The Alliance branch wasn't far from the pier. It was a rather grand and magnificent building complex. Although it was far from luxurious, it looked extremely sturdy from the outside. It was enough to deal with all kinds of natural and man-made disasters. This didn't feel like an Alliance branch, but more like a heavily guarded secret base. Chapter 49-44. But what surprised Lin Yi and the others was that the other academies that had arrived earlier did not enter. Instead, they were all stuck outside the door and were all discussing among themselves. Could it be that something happened? Lin Yi was slightly taken aback, but before he could ask, the crowd in front of him suddenly opened up a path. Then, Zhuang Yifan personally welcomed him with a smile. Master Lin is indeed a man of his word. Come. Please come in. The people from the other academies were in an uproar. Although most of them had heard about what had happened this morning, they had only heard about it and had never seen the person himself. This was the first time they had seen Lin Yi, the ruthless person who had challenged Zhong Zizhi. What surprised them even more was that Zhuang Yifan, as the president of the Alliance, not only did not punish Lin Yi, he even put down his status and personally came out to welcome him. For this reason, he did not hesitate to block the entrance of so many academies. This was simply the treatment of a superior VIP. Just who was this Lin Yi? Lin Yi did not know whether to laugh or cry. These people were blocked outside because of him. Zhuang Yifan had really put in a lot of effort to get him to help with alchemy. Thank you for coming out to greet me personally, Chairman Zhuang. I'm really flattered, Lin Yi said with a smile. You are too kind. This is the most basic etiquette for a mystic class alchemist. Not to mention in the yellow class C, even in the mystic class C would be the same. Master Lin need not be modest. Zhuang Yifan smiled as he invited Lin Yi into the already prepared banquet hall. Only after they entered the hall could the other academies finally follow them in. The huge banquet hall was filled with hundreds of tables. Zhuang Yifan personally led Lin Yi to sit at the main table in the middle. Only then did the others find their own seats. This seat was not something that could be casually occupied, as there were clear rules regarding which tables belonged to which academies. Elite academies like the Lei Dong Academy were arranged to sit at the main table, and their every move was closely watched. As for the smaller academies, they were directly lined up behind the main entrance, and not even a single person could be seen, let alone any sense of existence. However, even a top academy like the Lei Dong Academy could only get close to the main table. It was impossible for them to occupy a seat at the main table. There were only 8 seats at the main table, and they had always been reserved for Zhuang Yifan and the other higher-ups of the Academy Alliance. Other than that, only a small number of Academy representatives were allowed to share a table with them. In the past, if the headmaster of the Leidong Academy had personally come, he would have been given a seat. However, this time, it was only the leader of the libation team. How could he be qualified to share a table with Zhuang Yifan? Hundreds of people around the main table were watching every move. Lin Yi was undoubtedly the focus of their discussion. Their faces were filled with envy and jealousy. It was a great honor to be able to sit next to Zhuang Yifan in the golden class waters. Even the headmasters of most academies didn't have the right to do so, let alone an unknown young man like Lin Yi. But compared to this, the other people who took their seats at the main table made everyone's jaws drop. Wang Xinyan, Huang Xiaodao, Hui Yudi, Liu Ziyu, Li Ren. Who the hell were these people? The precious seats that belonged to the upper echelons of the alliance were all taken up by people who had nothing to do with them. This wasn't some celebration party for the path of a tycoon, it was a family banquet. Was Zhuang Yifan an idiot? With this seating arrangement, the other academies wouldn't even be able to mingle in the foreseeable future. Lin Yi would be the one calling the shots in the future, and the other academies would have no choice but to stand on the sidelines. Everyone was discussing this in private, but they didn't dare show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Even Wang Dianxing from the Leidong Academy, who was sitting not far away, only dared to look askance at Lin Yi, not daring to voice his anger. Thanks to Lin Yi, he'd already been beaten senseless by Lin Yi before he could break through to the profound ascension realm, resulting in his failure. The once insufferably arrogant leader of the 4 lords of the nascent soul realm was now nothing more than trash. He didn't have the slightest bit of the arrogant aura of a proud son of the heavens. This former genius was completely ruined. Lin Yi didn't even look at this kind of defeated opponent, but the whispers of the surrounding people made him a little uncomfortable. Zhuang Yifan's arrangement was indeed a little too capricious. In order to make space for people like him, the other higher-ups of the alliance were forcefully thrown to another table with just one sentence. This president of the alliance was so arbitrary that people didn't know what to say. However, this was also a manifestation of his powerful strength. Even if he sat in the position of president of the alliance, in the end, the power in his hands still depended on his strength to fight for it. If someone with ordinary strength became the president, even if he didn't become a mere figurehead, it would still be difficult to intimidate so many golden stage academies. As for Zhuang Yifan, with his terrifying strength of the late stage of Earth opening, there was no one here who could compete with him. The power of the president of the alliance was naturally tyrannical to the extreme in his hands. Basically, he could do whatever he wanted, and no one dared to say anything. They could only obediently follow his orders. Master Lin, I'll leave the matter of alchemy to you this time. Cheers, cheers. Zhuang Yifan didn't pay any attention to the surprised looks of the people around him. The president of the alliance was putting himself in such a low position, without any reservation at all. This guy was really unique. President Zhuang, you're too polite. Lin Yi followed suit and drained his drink. Master Lin, I know you'll definitely need to rest well during this period, so I've specially prepared a side courtyard here in the branch. The environment is absolutely unique, and I believe you'll be satisfied. What do you think, Master Lin? Zhuang Yifan suggested in a very sincere tone. Oh! Upon hearing this, Lin Yi looked at him playfully. Zhuang Yifan seemed to be doing this painstakingly, and his attitude was also impeccably sincere. However, his intentions were not as simple as it seemed. It was obvious that he was afraid that Lin Yi would slip away, so he wanted to use this method to put him under house arrest in the alliance branch. Zhuang Yifan smiled and looked at Lin Yi. He was the president of the alliance, a mighty late-stage earth-opening expert, and he was putting himself in such a low position in front of a junior like Lin Yi. His goal was, of course, for the earth consolidation pill. For this, it was necessary to take some precautions. After all, they had never met before. Who knew if this young man with such a powerful background could be relied on? Chapter 49-45. Really? Are you sure you don't want to reconsider, Master Lin? Zhuang Yifan's face darkened. He believed that Lin Yi understood what he was getting at, and yet Lin Yi still rejected him on the spot. His motives were suspicious. Could it be that the kid was guilty? There's no need to reconsider. There's no need for it. Lin Yi saw the anger in Zhuang Yifan's eyes and sighed inwardly. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Zhuang Yifan was doing everything he could to benefit Lin Yi, all for the sake of the solid earth pill. Even though he said that it was fine even if he failed, who knew if he would fly into a rage out of humiliation if he really failed? No one could guarantee that, other than himself. Lin Yi was still too weak. Lin Yi sighed to himself. If he was strong enough, he wouldn't need to worry about these people. He could come and go as he pleased, and no one would dare stop him. He was lucky this time that he managed to successfully concoct the solid earth pill with the help of the godly armament cauldron. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to leave Thunderous Plains Island. Even if Zhuang Yifan didn't kill him, he'd at least put him under house arrest. Escaping would be as difficult as reaching the heavens. Looks like Master Lin has made up his mind. Zhuang Yifan put down his glass with an unreadable expression. From the looks of it, his next words were very likely to be refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. The atmosphere at the main table suddenly became tense. Even the people at the other tables looked over, all of them staring at Lin Yi. Hehe, don't think too much about it, Chief Zhuang. Take a look at this first. Lin Yi smiled calmly. A small box had appeared in his hand, and he handed it to Zhuang Yifan. This is. Zhuang Yifan took the box and opened it. He froze, unable to react for a long time. The others couldn't help but whisper among themselves when they saw Zhuang Yifan's expression. Wang Xinyan and the others, who knew the inside story, smiled but didn't say anything. Lin Yi had never disappointed them before. Things that were as difficult as climbing up to the heavens for others were easy for him, especially when it came to refining pills. He'd always been pleasantly surprised, and this time was no exception. Seeing Zhuang Yifan's shocked expression, Liu Ziyu and Li Ren, who were sitting at the same table, were speechless as well. With Zhuang Yifan's level, putting down his pride and asking someone to concoct a pill meant that it had to be a mystic class pill. Lin Yi could even concoct a mystic class pill, and all in less than a day's time. After a while, Zhuang Yifan slowly put the box away and bowed to Lin Yi in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Master Lin, you truly are a genius. I am impressed. The crowd went into an uproar. Who was Zhuang Yifan? Ever since he took over the leadership of the Golden Step Academy Alliance, he had purged the entire academy within a short month. His methods were so domineering that no one could compare to him. In front of him, all his subordinates could only listen to him. They didn't even have the guts to make a sound. Someone as strong as him had never lowered his head even in front of those old monsters who lived in seclusion in the Golden Class C area, let alone within the Golden Class School Alliance. Now, he was bowing to a junior in public for the first time. Did this guy drink too much? Hehe, you flatter me, Chief Zhuang. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Facing a big shot like Zhuang Yifan in front of everyone, he was still able to keep his composure. Everyone's jaws dropped. So this guy was a master, hiding his true self. He had the demeanor of a master. No. I'm not flattering you at all. On the contrary, Master Lin is too humble. Zhuang Yifan shook his head. The earth-solid pill in the box had completely dispelled all of his doubts. In less than a day, Lin Yi was able to refine a mystic level 1 earth-solid pill. Judging from the quality, it was definitely top-notch. With such amazing alchemy skills, he wanted to kneel down and lick Lin Yi's shoes. Although there were very few profound rank first-level alchemists, he had seen a few of them when he was in the profound rank C region. However, even if they had a transcendent status and were treated as honored guests by many big shots, it was impossible for them to refine pills so easily. Otherwise, profound rank pills would have been everywhere long ago, and it would not be as priceless as it was now. In fact, in his expectations, Lin Yi being able to complete it within a month was already a good result. He didn't even think that Lin Yi would be able to help him without rest, let alone complete it in less than a day. Even with his experience and knowledge, he couldn't help but sigh. This guy was too goddamn heaven-defying. In terms of personal strength, a mystic ascension early phase could beat a mountain opening early phase, and in terms of alchemy skills, he could refine a mystic level 1 earth solid pill in less than a day. If Zhuang Yifan still had some doubts about Lin Yi's identity before, then he was absolutely convinced now. If it weren't for Shanghai Tianhua and Zhong Liju working together to raise such a genius, Zhuang Yifan would have twisted his head off and kicked it like a ball. Headmaster Zhuang, you wouldn't want me to stay here for a while, would you? Lin Yi smiled and looked at him playfully. Zhuang Yifan's face reddened as he smiled and waved his hand. I'm just being petty. I hope Master Lin can forgive me. I'll apologize to you here. As for that courtyard, I'll leave it for Master Lin. Master Lin can move in whenever he wants. It's definitely the best treatment in the alliance. Of course, it's fine if Master Lin wants to leave anytime. I'm just trying to be a good host. I won't force Master Lin. Haha, Headmaster Zhuang, you're too courteous. I may not be a student of Morningstar Academy, but I'm half a student here. I'll eat and sleep with everyone, so I won't make it special. Lin Yi smiled as he rejected. Naturally, Zhuang Yifan wouldn't put Lin Yi under house arrest or anything like that, but Lin Yi didn't want to get too close to this person. After all, it was just an alliance of benefits. Lin Yi would refine the earth-solid pill for him, and he would protect Lin Yi. That was all. Now that Zhuang Yifan had gotten his hands on the earth-solid pill, he had also witnessed Lin Yi's heaven-defying alchemy skills. Under these circumstances, he wouldn't burn the bridge after crossing it. Any mystic-class alchemist was an existence that needed to be roped in. In other words, the stronger Lin Yi's alchemy skills were, the more he would protect Lin Yi, and he would even try to get closer to Lin Yi so that he could speak to him again in the future. Chapter 49-46. There's a saying that goes, stay away from what you fear, and vice versa. When dealing with a big shot like Zhuang Yifan, if you want to maintain an equal and cooperative relationship, you must keep your distance. Otherwise, if you get too close, you'll easily become the other's subordinate. When that happens, you'll be in a passive position, and it'll be hard for you to speak. If you keep your distance, you'll still be an equal ally, and Zhuang Yifan will have to bow down to others for anything. But if you get too close, you'll become the other's underling. If the boss asks his underling for help, then why would he have to bow down to others? That's the way of the world. If that's the case, then I won't force you. Master Lin has helped me a lot this time. I'll remember this and repay you handsomely. Zhuang Yifan nodded solemnly, and then suddenly asked, Master Lin, I've seen mystic first-level alchemists before, but I've never heard of one that can refine pills in one day. I'm afraid Master Lin isn't as simple as a mystic first-level alchemist, right? Lin Yi heard this and couldn't help but laugh. Zhuang Yifan's reaction was exactly the same as Qing Danzi's. The only difference was that Zhuang Yifan's level was a mystic first-level alchemist, but he was suspected to be a mystic first-level alchemist. Now that he's making a mystic first-level alchemist, he's suspected to be a mystic second-level alchemist. Of course, this was a beautiful misunderstanding. If Lin Yi denied it on the spot, he'd be too naive. Zhuang Yifan's reaction was exactly the same as Qing Danzi's. The only difference was that he was making a mystic first-level alchemist, and now he's making a mystic first-level alchemist, and now he's making a mystic second-level alchemist. Of course, this was a beautiful misunderstanding. If Lin Yi denied it on the spot, then he'd be too naive. When dealing with people like Zhuang Yifan, the higher the level, the better. A mystic second-level alchemist's value was definitely higher than a mystic first-level alchemist. But Lin Yi wasn't stupid enough to directly admit that he was a mystic second-level alchemist. That would be enough to scare people, but what if they offered to help him refine a mystic second-level alchemist? You flatter me, I'm still trying to break through to the second level of the mystic rank. Lin Yi smiled mysteriously. His answer would definitely cause one's imagination to run wild. Although it was the truth, those who didn't know the truth would think that he was being modest. Plus, this sentence even filled in the hole. Zhuang Yifan couldn't possibly ask someone who was trying to break through to the second level of the mystic stage to refine a second-level mystic stage pill, right? Sure enough, Master Lin is truly extraordinary. My eyes are truly blind. Zhuang Yifan was immediately filled with respect. Just the status of a mystic level 1 alchemist was already on par with his. If he became a mystic level 2 alchemist, he wouldn't even be able to sit on the same level as him. At the very least, he would have to sit on the last seat. Not at all, not at all. I'm still one step away from the second level of the mystic rank. President Zhuang knows that at this level, there is always the possibility of an insurmountable barrier appearing at any time. It's so close, yet so far away, and you might not be able to cross it in your lifetime. There are already too many examples to mention. Lin Yi's performance was still very humble. Yes, but that's for others. For a genius like you, Master Lin, the so-called barrier is just a matter of time. Zhuang Yifan's emotions were stirred up, and he was already using honorifics. His mind immediately became active. If Lin Yi could really become a mystic level 2 alchemist, then it would be a huge temptation for him. With his current strength of the late stage of the earth-opening realm, if it wasn't for the accident that happened when he tried to break through to the peak of the late stage of the earth-opening realm, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't need a mystic level 1 pill like the solid earth pill. Only a higher level mystic level 2 pill would be able to help him improve further. Originally, this was something that would take a long time. He, Zhuang Yifan, had to put in a lot of effort to find a mystic level 1 alchemist, let alone a mystic level 2 pill. But now, Lin Yi's appearance gave him hope. Although he wasn't a ready-made mystic level 2 alchemist, Lin Yi was able to refine the solid earth pill in one day. This meant that he wasn't far from becoming a mystic level 2 pill. It could even be said that he was just around the corner. Lin Yi smiled non-committally, and turned to say, President Zhuang, speaking of which, I still have something that I need your help with. Oh, Master Lin, just tell me, I will do as you say. When Zhuang Yifan heard this, not only did he not refuse, but his eyes lit up. He was worried that the favor he sold to Lin Yi was far from enough. After all, the price to ask for a future mystic level 2 alchemist was very high. If the favor wasn't deep enough, what would happen if Lin Yi rejected him? Alright, President Zhuang is the most suitable person for this matter. I won't hold back. Lin Yi nodded, and pointed at Liu Ziyu and Li Ren. I'm sure President Zhuang is aware of the grudge between the Morning Star Academy and the Morning Pride Academy. I have a good relationship with both academies, so it's not easy for me to be stuck in the middle. That's why I wanted to ask President Zhuang to speak to them and let them forget about the past and reconcile. Would President Zhuang be able to do so? That's a good thing. I, Zhuang, am most willing to be the peacemaker between the two sides. I've heard about what happened between the two academies. It's been so many years. If it were up to me, they should have shaken hands a long time ago. Master Lin, you are indeed a sensible person. Zhuang Yifan readily agreed, and enthusiastically said, then how about this, when the path of the tyrant is over, I will personally pay a visit to both academies. I believe that no one would refuse to give me face. President Zhuang, you must be joking. It would be a great honor for our academy if you were to come personally. With you speaking, no one in the academy would disobey. Liu Ziyu and Li Ren were instantly overwhelmed by the favor. They had thought that Zhuang Yifan would at most get someone to pass on the message, but they did not expect him to agree to come personally. Lin Yi's reputation was indeed enormous. Then I'll have to trouble President Zhuang. Lin Yi, however, smiled faintly, appearing very calm about this matter. Otherwise, if he were as overwhelmed by the favor as Liu Ziyu and Li Ren were, then the demeanor of an expert from before would have been for nothing. What are you saying? There's no need to trouble yourself over such a small matter. Master Lin, you're treating me like an outsider. Come, let's drink. Zhuang Yifan intentionally wanted to use this opportunity to get closer to Lin Yi. He kept on praising Lin Yi and repeatedly toasted him. Under his lead, the atmosphere gradually became more lively, and it really did have the atmosphere of a celebratory feast. While everyone was toasting each other, Bao Zuoliang and Su Kesheng, who had snuck out with the help of flying spirit beasts, had now appeared in Cauldron City. Moreover, they had appeared in the guest hall of the town lord's office as they had wished. However, at this moment, both of them were in a sorry state and had injuries on their bodies. Who asked them to barge into the town lord's office? They were lucky not to have been beaten to death by the guards of the town lord's office. Chapter 49-47. Young Master Bao, didn't you agree with me when I proposed this plan? Su Kesheng shook his head and smiled bitterly. If it wasn't like this, how would we have the opportunity to meet the mayor so quickly? I reckon that even if we shout outside that his wife and son have been killed, it'll be useless. Even if we successfully cause a commotion, the housekeeper will definitely suppress it immediately. By the time we see him, I reckon that it'll be too late. Who can guarantee that the surnamed Lin won't escape overnight? This. Bao Zhuliang was stunned speechless. He was the son of the city lord, so he was very clear about the rules of the city lord's mansion and the town lord's mansion. As the saying goes, one should look at the master before beating the dog. If they didn't beat the most important dog, it would be difficult for them to see the ghost that would pay for its life in a short time. Before the two finished whispering to each other, a gust of wind suddenly blew in from outside the door. The wind was so strong that the two early-stage profound ascendant experts almost lost their footing. However, what was strange was that the surrounding tables and chairs did not move at all, giving people the feeling that there was an invisible wall that separated the reception hall into two different worlds. Bao Zhuliang and Su Kesheng were shocked at the same time. Before they could make any defensive movements, two hands suddenly grabbed their necks at the same time. A majestic figure then appeared in the gale. It was a middle-aged man with an extremely ugly face and an extremely cruel appearance. Whose wife and son were killed? The middle-aged man looked at the two coldly. The two were instantly terrified. With their necks grabbed, they could not speak. They could only struggle in vain, but the two hands did not move at all. The middle-aged man remained unmoved until the two of them turned deathly pale and were about to stop breathing. Only then did he finally throw them to the ground. He looked down at them like a ferocious beast looking for food, scaring Bao Zhuliang and Su Kesheng. You are the ghost for paying? Bao Zhuliang looked at the middle-aged man in shock and fear. Then, with a bang, his whole body suddenly flew out. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Speak, if you don't understand, you will be worse than him. The middle-aged man stared coldly at Su Kesheng. Yes. Mayor Chang. Su Kesheng suppressed the fear in his heart and took a deep breath. We are both disciples of the Morning Star Academy. He is Bao Zhuliang and I am Su Kesheng. Both of us just came from Thunderous Plain Island. You guys participated in the Path of the Giants. Chang Minggui glanced at him. His son, Chang Lighting, was participating in this trial. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have cared about such irrelevant matters. That's right. Both of us have just come out from the Path of Giants because something big happened. That's why I thought of a way to rush over in time to inform you, Su Kesheng said cautiously. Something big? Chang Minggui laughed. Are you trying to say that my wife and son were killed? Such a person doesn't exist in the Yellow Class C region, especially in the Alliance's territory. Kid, you should know the consequences of spouting such nonsense in front of me, right? Yes, of course I know. Su Kesheng nodded repeatedly and explained, this one also knows that this matter is very outrageous, but it really happened in front of the disciples of the various academies. Both Grandmaster Zong and young Master Chang were injured by a person called Lin Yi. It's hard to say whether he's dead or alive. What did you say? Chang Minggui glared at Su Kesheng, and a huge pressure pressed down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. Su Kesheng was almost pressed to the ground. He said doubtfully, you mean that Zhuang Yifan touched my wife and son? Although Chang Minggui was very confident, he still had to take a step back in front of Zhuang Yifan. Not only was this alliance president unfathomably powerful, but his methods were also extremely domineering. In the entire school alliance, he was the only one who could speak. Thunder Plain Island was where the alliance's branch was located. If not for Zhuang Yifan's approval, how would that bullshit Lin Yi dare to touch his wife and son? That's not it. Mayor Chang, you've misunderstood. Lin Yi is a foreign disciple from the North Island, not a member of the alliance. He's also not a subordinate of President Zhuang. Su Kesheng waved his hands. A disciple from the North Island? When did the North Island have a mountain opening stage disciple? Chang Minggui looked at Su Kesheng suspiciously. He didn't believe that anyone would be stupid enough to lie to him. After all, he would have to pay with his life. But to say that a disciple from the North Island had the strength of the mountain opening period was too much of an exaggeration. No, Lin Yi is not a mountain opening stage magnet. He just finished the path of the magnet trial, and now his strength is only in the early stage of mysterious ascension. Su Kesheng shook his head. Nonsense. Chang Mingui was about to explode, and the huge hall was once again filled with strong wind. Mayor Chang, please wait. Everything I've said is the truth. Lin Yi did defeat Master Zong with the strength of the early stage of mysterious ascension. Many people saw this, and you'll know if you ask. Su Kesheng said calmly. Chang Mingui was silent for a long time, and finally said slowly, if that's the case, then why didn't I receive the news, and why did I need a disciple from the Morningstar Academy to inform me? Hearing this, Su Kesheng let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this big boss of Tripod City wasn't as simple and violent as he looked. At least he was obedient. That's because the two libationers from Cauldron City were killed by Lin Yi as well, so there's no one there to report to you. Su Kesheng said respectfully. As soon as he said this, a terrifying murderous aura suddenly filled the hall. After a long time, Chang Mingui's roar that sounded like it came from hell was heard. Lin Yi, right? I'll go kill him. Su Kesheng wanted to say something, but when he looked up, there was no one in front of him. Chang Mingui was long gone. On Thunderous Plain Island, everyone was still immersed in the lively atmosphere of the celebration party. Suddenly, there was a strong wind outside, and a huge ghost-eyed golden eagle appeared in the wind. Following it was the mayor of Tripod City, Chang Mingui. Mayor Chang, please wait. A group of mountain opening stage experts from the Alliance's guard team instantly appeared in front of Chang Mingui, blocking his way. This is an important place for the Alliance. Without President Zhuang's permission, no one is allowed to trespass. Is that so? Then why don't you kill me? Chang Mingui didn't even look at them, and directly barged into the banquet hall. His anger and murderous intent were almost tangible. He couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on people, and only wanted to kill. Chapter 49-48. Commander Chang, don't make things difficult for us. The guard captain blocked in front of him and shouted coldly. However, Chang Mingui didn't even bother with him. After a gust of wind, he directly passed by him and walked into the banquet hall's entrance. What do we do? The group of mountain opening stage guards looked at the guard captain at the same time. Even if Chang Mingui's strength was very strong, they had so many mountain opening stage experts, and they were not to be trifled with. If they really fought, Chang Mingui was definitely not a match for them. Otherwise, wouldn't the Academy Alliance spend a huge sum of money to raise them be eating rice for free? The guard captain raised his hand to stop them. Chang Mingui didn't follow the rules and barged into the Alliance's territory. He indeed had a reason to detain him, but this person was too important. The guard captain didn't want to provoke such a person. Moreover, Zhuang Yifan was in the banquet hall. Even if Chang Mingui barged in, what could he do? Who is Lin Yi? Get the hell out here. Chang Mingui released his killing intent the moment he stepped into the banquet hall and yelled out. In an instant, the originally lively atmosphere of the banquet came to an abrupt end. Everyone looked at the ugly man who had suddenly barged in with strange expressions. Some recognized him, some didn't. They were all whispering to each other. Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. Although he didn't recognize Chang Mingui, he had already guessed his identity. After all, from the moment he defeated Chang Liting and Zong Zili, this was almost certain to happen. He just didn't expect him to come so quickly. You're Lin Yi? The Lin Yi who beat my wife and injured my son? Chang Mingui followed the gazes of the crowd and found the person in question. He strode towards Lin Yi's direction. That's right, that's me. Lin Yi calmly stood up. Facing the menacing Chang Mingui, he didn't move at all. Instead, he calmly smiled and said, "What's your name? Those who are about to die don't need to know my name." Chang Mingui coldly laughed. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew around him, carrying an extremely cold and dangerous aura towards Lin Yi. This was the late stage of the mountain opening stage. Lin Yi's eyelids twitched. He had already thought that since this person had a wife like Zhong Zili, his strength definitely wouldn't be low. But the late stage of the mountain opening stage still surpassed his imagination. This was not something he could fight against. Putting everything else aside, just this seemingly ordinary but incomparably dangerous gust of wind was already very extraordinary. Lin Yi knew that he wouldn't be able to take it if he didn't use a big move. In fact, even if he used a super killer move like Lightning Burial, it was hard to say if he would even stand a chance. Lin Yi had no confidence at all. But facing Chang Mingui's sudden attack, Lin Yi was as if he didn't see it. Not only did he not move, he didn't even blink. In the eyes of others, it looked like he was scared stiff. But just as Lin Yi was about to be torn apart by the gust of wind suddenly disappeared, as if everything was just an illusion. Lin Yi couldn't help but look at Zhuang Yifan. As expected of a super expert at the late stage of the earth opening stage, his silent technique was even more shocking than Chang Mingui's. President Zhuang, what is the meaning of this? Chang Mingui's gaze fell on Zhuang Yifan, even though he was trying his best to appear cruel and unruly. Although he was trying his best to appear fierce, Lin Yi could clearly see an indescribable fear in his eyes. At least in the Huang Class C region, Zhuang Yifan was still able to control the situation. Hehe, Commander Chang, I haven't even asked you what you mean. Zhuang Yifan was still holding his wine cup and took a sip. He didn't even look at Chang Mingui as he said, "You trespassed into the Alliance's territory and attacked my esteemed guest. Especially in front of me. That's not good, is it? So Chairman Zhuang is going to protect this Lin kid?" Chang Mingui wasn't scared. He still stared at Lin Yi with an unfriendly expression. "What do you think?" Zhuang Yifan smiled non-committally. Chang Mingui choked. He was used to using his power to suppress others. But that was useless in front of Zhuang Yifan. Whether it was power or power, Zhuang Yifan was a level higher than him. What could he use to suppress him? He didn't think Zhuang Yifan would really protect Lin Yi. No matter how he looked at it, it wasn't worth it to offend Chang Mingui for Lin Yi. Zhuang Yifan wasn't the type to be emotional. But who would have thought this would happen? He couldn't really go against Zhuang Yifan right in front of him. If he did, he would be the one to suffer. After all, Chang Mingui was the leader of Tripod City Town. He wasn't as violent as he appeared. "Chairman Zhuang, you are the leader of the Alliance. You have to be fair. Otherwise, if people start gossiping about you, it won't look good for you, right?" Chang Mingui said patiently. "That's right. I have to be fair. Do you think I'm not fair enough?" Zhuang Yifan asked with a smile. "Of course it's not enough. In your Alliance's territory, my wife and son were beaten to a pulp by this brat. Especially my wife. I think it was your great President Zhuang who spent a lot of effort to invite her, right? She got into trouble here, right under your nose. Shouldn't Chairman Zhuang explain?" Chang Mingui said coldly. "Oh, that's what you mean. Oh, that's what Mayor Chang is referring to. That's simple. Actually, I should have stopped her, but Mayor Chang should know your wife's temper better than I do. She publicly said that she wouldn't allow me to interfere, and even said that life and death are not an option. What do you think I should do?" Zhuang Yifan smiled nonchalantly. "She really said that?" Chang Mingui froze. He thought Zhuang Yifan was behind this. Otherwise, with Zhong Zili's early stage strength, he wouldn't be at such a disadvantage. But now that he thought about it, Zhong Zili's bad luck was on her mountain opening initial stage strength. With her temper, she would definitely not put a mere profound ascending initial stage in her eyes, especially after seeing her son being beaten to such a state. It was a matter of course for her to say such words in public. Otherwise, she wouldn't be Zhong Zili. Who would have thought that a dignified mountain opening early stage magnet would actually lose to a mere mysterious ascending early stage magnet? The possibility of this kind of unexpected failure was so small that it was negligible. Not to mention Zhong Zili, even Chang Mingui did not believe it. Chapter 49-49. I don't believe it. Chang Mingui shook his head decisively and looked at Lin Yi maliciously. "Although my wife is an elixir refiner, I really don't believe that a mere mystical early-stage kid can beat her. There's no point in saying more, unless I personally test his strength, otherwise who knows if you, Guildmaster Zhuang, did something behind my back? With your strength, it would be a piece of cake for you to fool people. Oh, Mayor Chang is indeed a straightforward person. You dare to throw this kind of shit at me in public? Speaking of which, when did my reputation become so good? Even Town Lord Chang thinks that I am a good-natured person. Zhuang Yifan's expression was as calm as ever, but it made everyone feel an invisible pressure. Even Chang Mingui, who was in the late stage of the mountain opening realm, changed his expression and unconsciously took half a step back. No, Leader Zhuang misunderstood. This isn't shit. My wife and son were beaten up like this. I just want a reasonable explanation. I don't want people to think I'm a fool. I don't think this is too much, right? Chang Mingui didn't want to back down at all. It's not up to Leader Chang to decide. Zhuang Yifan shook his head. That's right. This is the Alliance's territory. Of course it's up to Leader Zhuang. So what does Leader Zhuang want to say? Chang Mingui looked at Zhuang Yifan coldly. Although he wasn't as strong or powerful as Zhuang Yifan, he was still the leader of Tripod City. He was the #1 alchemist in the Golden Class C. Just like how Zhuang Yifan asked Zongzili for help, even the Golden Class School Alliance had to be polite to him. More than half of the School Alliance's pills were supplied by Tripod City. That was why Chang Mingui was so confident. What I say is not important. What matters is what Master Lin says. Zhuang Yifan smiled and nodded at Lin Yi. Master Lin? Leader Zhuang calls this Lin Kid Master? Chang Mingui froze for a moment. Someone who could make Zhuang Yifan use this kind of honorifics was definitely not an ordinary person. Even an ordinary 7th-level alchemist wouldn't be qualified. From what he remembered, Zhuang Yifan only used this kind of honorifics after his wife, Zongzili, became a mystic 1st-level alchemist. In other words, this Lin brat was also a mystic grade 1st-level alchemist. How was this possible? Zhuang Yifan ignored Chang Mingui and turned to look at Lin Yi with a smile on his face. It was as if Lin Yi was in charge of everything, and he would do anything he wanted. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that he just found out that Lin Yi had a chance to become a mystic level 2 alchemist, even if Zhuang Yifan wanted to protect Lin Yi, he wouldn't be so disrespectful to Chang Mingui. After all, Chang Mingui was the master of an alchemy holy land, and he had a mystic level 1 alchemist as his wife. It wasn't worth it for Zhuang Yifan to offend him just for a mystic level 1 alchemist. But if it was a mystic rank 2nd level alchemist, it would be a completely different story. Even if Lin Yi was only a pseudo-mystic rank 2nd level alchemist. That was enough for Zhuang Yifan to place all his bets on him without hesitation. As for Chang Mingui and Zongzili, they weren't worth much to him. If he wanted to deal with them, he'd deal with them. If he didn't want to deal with them, he'd kick them aside. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Lin Yi. No one knew how this young man, who was treated as an honored guest by Zhuang Yifan, would respond. Zhuang Yifan and Chang Mingui were both big shots in the golden class. And this Lin Yi was a super genius who had just become a legend. This was going to be a good show. Mayor Chang, right? Lin Yi looked at Chang Mingui and said lightly, "You said you want to test my strength?" "That's right. Do you have the guts to deal with my wife and son, but you don't have the guts to accept my challenge?" Chang Mingui looked at Lin Yi with disdain. He didn't believe that Lin Yi could kill Zongzili at all. The more Zhuang Yifan protected him, the more it proved that this guy was hiding something. "It's not that I don't dare. Mayor Chang, please don't misunderstand. I'm just not interested in doing something stupid like this. You want me, an early-stage mystic ascendant, to fight with a late-stage mountain opening master? What do you think my brain is made of, Master Chang?" Lin Yi said with a smile. Rejecting was a natural thing to do. Dealing with Zongzili, the weakest early-stage mountain opening master, was already difficult enough. Now he had to face a late-stage mountain opening master with a murderous aura. This wasn't the way to seek death. Of course, your head must be full of shit. Otherwise, how would you dare to make a move on my wife and son? Chang Mingui laughed coldly. Xinyan and the others glared at him, but Lin Yi shrugged nonchalantly and gestured for the girls to relax. They didn't need to get angry at a time like this. At the end of the day, they were all guests, and Zhuang Yifan was the only host here. Chang Minggui, I think you're the one with shit in your head, right? Zhuang Yifan's expression was unfriendly. He'd already said that Lin Yi was his guest, but Chang Minggui still dared to speak so rudely in front of everyone. He clearly didn't respect him, the leader of the alliance. What did you say, Zhuang? Chang Minggui's anger exploded. He wouldn't have dared to provoke Zhuang Yifan like this under any other circumstances, but now that he was angry, and he wasn't one to hold back, it was already very good that he was able to hold it in until now. Hehe, what I mean is that you can leave now. Otherwise, you'll get yourself into trouble. I'm sure you know what kind of temper I have. What do you say, Leader Chang? Zhuang Yifan looked at Chang Minggui with a faint smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew in all directions. Everyone was shocked. Chang Minggui was a late-stage mountain opening expert. If he were to make a move, everyone here would be affected. If it was serious, there might even be a large number of casualties. However, before everyone could escape, the wind stopped again. This time, however, it was not Zhuang Yifan who dissolved it. Chang Minggui himself suppressed it. Leader Zhuang, I'll remember what happened today. Chang Minggui looked at Zhuang Yifan coldly, then glanced at Lin Yi. He was furious, but he hadn't completely lost his mind. If he started a fight here, with Zhuang Yifan's strength, he'd kill him on the spot and get his hands on Cauldron City, the holy land of alchemy. Chapter 4950. Thinking up to this point, Chang Minggui couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Zhuang Yifan was too terrifying. His strength was unfathomable, and he was unscrupulous when it came to handling matters. Once he got the chance, Chang Minggui and Cauldron City would definitely be swallowed whole. Take care. Zhuang Yifan's eyes carried a tinge of regret. Chang Minggui had guessed some of his thoughts. Of course, this was not the result of his careful planning. He was just going with the flow. If Chang Minggui had presented such a big weakness to him, he would not have held back. Unfortunately, Chang Minggui was not a simple-minded man. In the end, he chose to control himself. This way, Zhuang Yifan couldn't do anything to him and let him go. Chang Minggui glared at Lin Yi one last time, like a hungry wolf eyeing a lamb, sending chills down one's spine. He didn't even need to think to know that this guy wouldn't let Lin Yi go, but with Zhuang Yifan's power and influence, he had to suppress it no matter how unwilling he was. Watching Chang Minggui leave, Zhuang Yifan looked at Lin Yi and reminded him, I'm sorry for scaring Master Lin. But this leader Chang is known as the Ghost of Death. Even if you get rid of him this time, there will be a next time. Be careful, Master Lin. Thank you for the reminder, President Zhuang. I understand. Lin Yi nodded. I think Master Lin should stay for a few more days. At least in this division, no one would dare to mess with you. Zhuang Yifan suggested. President Zhuang, I appreciate your kindness, but there is no need. Lin Yi declined without hesitation. If he was a little timid, he might have been scared by Chang Minggui. After all, there was nothing wrong with staying here for a while. Plus, there was Zhuang Yifan, a supermaster in the advanced stage of the Earth-opening realm, to guarantee his safety. But if he was so easily scared, he wouldn't be the Lin Yi he was today. Oh, if that's the case, then Master Lin should be extra careful. Chang Minggui is someone who can do anything. If Master Lin needs anything, you can call me at any time. I will not refuse. Zhuang Yifan's expression was solemn. He wasn't being insincere, but he was truly afraid that something would happen to Lin Yi. After all, Lin Yi was the quasi-mystic second-level alchemist that he had bet on. If Lin Yi died, then everything would be in vain. Thank you, President Zhuang. Lin Yi smiled and said, It's getting late. I think it's time for us to leave. Very well. I'll walk Master Lin out. Zhuang Yifan immediately stood up. There's no need for that. President Zhuang, please wait. See you again. Lin Yi waved his hand and led the way out of the banquet hall under everyone's gaze. He didn't seem to care about Chang Minggui at all. Although Lin Yi had rejected him a few times, Zhuang Yifan still personally walked them to the main entrance of the Alliance branch before stopping. If not for Lin Yi's repeated rejections, he would definitely have escorted them to the Morningstar treasure ship. Master Lin, are you sure it's okay for us to leave like this? Master Lin, are you sure it's okay for us to leave just like this? Li Ren turned around and looked at the Alliance branch shrouded in the night. His heart trembled, afraid that Chang Minggui would come out at any moment. Although they didn't say anything, Liu Ziyu, Wang Xinyan, and the others were all looking at Lin Yi with worried expressions. Being stared at by a magnet late stage of the mountain opening realm was indeed not a good feeling. This sense of danger, as if there was a dagger on one's back, was enough to cause one's spirit to collapse. Not to mention Lin Yi, the person in question, even the few of them couldn't take it. If I say it's okay, would you believe me? Lin Yi didn't answer but asked a question instead. That's impossible. Although I haven't had any dealings with Chang Minggui, he's known to take revenge for the smallest grievance. Since he's already at his doorstep, he won't let the matter rest. Liu Ziyu's expression was solemn. It was a bit too much for her to deal with Chang Minggui with her strength. At the mountain opening stage, it was easier said than done to defeat someone stronger. Indeed, I never thought that he would let me go. Lin Yi chuckled. Then why did you reject Zhuang Yifan's suggestion? From the situation just now, Chang Minggui is very afraid of him. Staying with him should be very safe. You can hide for a while, and then you can follow Zhuang Yifan to the Morningstar Academy or the Morning Pride Academy. That way, there won't be any mistakes. Liu Ziyu frowned. From her point of view, although Lin Yi repeatedly gave people unexpected surprises, he still wasn't mature enough when it came to dealing with people. It was probably his arrogance that made him reject Zhuang Yifan's suggestion. But now that his life was at stake, was this the time to be arrogant? Aunt Liu is right. Actually, I was thinking the same thing, but after thinking about it, I still feel that this isn't very good. Lin Yi shook his head. Why not? Wang Xinyan asked. You can only be a thief for 1,000 days, how can you guard against a thief for 1,000 days? Lin Yi looked at them. You mean? Liu Ziyu and the others were shocked by his words. If he really said the meaning behind it, it would really scare them to death. They never thought that Lin Yi would have such thoughts. But then again, if this had happened to someone else, it would indeed be earth-shattering. But when it happened to Lin Yi, he had done many earth-shattering things, so he was naturally used to it. Lin Yi took in everyone's shocked expressions and turned to Li Ren. Right, I want to know if the defensive capabilities of the treasured ship can stop a late mountain opening expert. That's hard to say. If it's operating at full power, it shouldn't be a problem, but if it's just docked here like now, with the defensive formations at the lowest level, I think it'll be very difficult. Li Ren thought about it. If that's the case, can I trouble Chancellor Li to help me spread the news that our treasured ship has decided to return to the Morningstar Academy early tomorrow morning? As for the other Morningstar disciples who haven't finished their trials, please let the Academy Alliance bring them along. Is that all right? Lin Yi said as he pinched his chin. No problem, I'll do as Master Lin instructed, Li Ren agreed. He knew that as long as it was Lin Yi's intention, even if he acted on his own, he wouldn't be blamed at all. Moreover, this was only a small matter. Could it be that you're thinking of? Wang Xinyan seemed to be deep in thought. She had already roughly guessed what Lin Yi was thinking. Chapter 4951. The docks. Hu Yudi and the others said in unison. That's right, the docks. And I told Chancellor Li to spread the news that we're returning to Morningstar Academy tomorrow morning. The only time left for them is tonight. Lin Yi paused, his eyes glowing. The time and location are all confirmed. Is there anything more relaxing than this in the world? Everyone fell silent, each and every one of them shocked by Lin Yi's plan. What kind of person was Chang Minggui? A giant realm expert at the later stage of the mountain opening realm had actually been caught by him like a fish. Such courage was truly flabbergasting, and even Liu Ziyu was a little shocked by him. But even if you're fishing, you need to have the strength to pull the fish ashore. Chang Minggui is no small matter. If you give him the chance to take the bait, he might be dragged into the sea. Lin Yi, you better think this through. Liu Ziyu reminded him with a serious expression. That's right, so I can't do this alone. I need help. Lin Yi laughed. In the darkness, Chang Mingui stood on the back of the ghost-eyed golden eagle and looked down at the ground. He was almost 100 feet above the ground. The people below could not detect his presence, but he could rely on his powerful divine sense to monitor every movement on the ground. Suddenly, Chang Mingui's eyelid twitched. There was a commotion on the Morning Star Academy's ship. Listening carefully, he realized that they were returning to Morning Star Academy early the next morning. That Lin brat wants to run. Chang Mingui instantly understood his opponent's intentions. Because he was afraid of Zhuang Yifan, he originally did not want to make a move at this time. Although the docks were some distance from the Alliance's division, it was not too far. Furthermore, in name, it was still the Alliance's territory, which was Zhuang Yifan's territory. He did not dare to make a move on Lin Yi in the banquet hall. In Zhuang Yifan's territory, even if it was not the Alliance's division, he still had to think carefully. Of course, he also knew that the most suitable place for him to make a move was the docks, but not now. He was prepared to find an excuse to lure Zhuang Yifan away from Thunderous Plain Island. Then, he could make a move at the docks without any qualms. Unfortunately, Lin Yi didn't give him the chance at all. At this moment, on the deck of the Morning Star Academy's ship, Lin Yi, Wang Xinyan, and the other girls were openly chatting. There was no one else around them, and it seemed like they didn't care about Chang Mingui at all. Is this really okay? Wang Xinyan was a little worried as she looked at Lin Yi. Hua Yudi and Huang Xiaodao were the same. They looked calm on the surface, but their hearts had been hanging in the air ever since they heard about Lin Yi's plan. They were really worried for Lin Yi. It would be fine if they could help Lin Yi, but the key was that the other party was a mountain opening late-stage expert. They, who were at the Profound Ascension early stage, did not even have the qualifications to be cannon fodder. Other than worrying, they really did not know what else they could do. I don't know, but we have to give it a try. This is the best opportunity. If we miss this opportunity, it will be hard to get another one. Lin Yi was also not sure, but he had to give it a try no matter what. He couldn't leave such a huge hidden danger. Otherwise, if he was really targeted by a mountain-opening late-stage expert, he would not be able to live a peaceful life in the future. But Hua Yudi still wanted to persuade him. She was not a timid person, and had done some risky things alone before. Otherwise, she would not have rashly asked Lin Yi, a stranger, to team up during the West Island trial. It was a very risky choice, but she really did not want to see Lin Yi take risks, not at all. Don't worry, tonight's fishing seems dangerous, but in fact, it is relatively safe. If I can't even survive such a good opportunity tonight, then sooner or later I will die in the hands of Chang Mingui, so this is inevitable. We can only give it our all when the chance of winning is the highest. Only then will we have a chance to win, otherwise there is no chance of winning at all, Lin Yi said firmly. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaodao did not speak anymore. They knew that it was useless to persuade him, but Hua Yudi still wanted to say something. She believed that Lin Yi definitely had more than one method, and definitely had a safer and more stable choice. However, before Hua Yudi could speak again, Lin Yi suddenly looked serious and said in a deep voice, "The fish has taken the bait." Before he finished speaking, a giant wind blade condensed from the wind whistled down from the sky, smashing into the treasured boat from above. Light flashed above Lin Yi and the others' heads, silently blocking the giant wind blade. This was the treasured boat's protective formation. But immediately after, another enormous wind blade followed closely behind, and the treasured ship's defensive formation flickered for a moment before shattering with a bang. Although it had already blocked most of its power, the treasured ship still shook violently, and the surrounding sea surface exploded with enormous waves that were several dozen feet tall. Indeed, it was as Li Ren had said, but this level of defensive formation could not stop a late-stage mountain opening expert. "You guys be careful. Don't interfere." Lin Yi's voice was still echoing on the boat, but his entire body instantly shot out, rushing down the treasured boat with lightning speed, rushing in the direction of the Alliance branch. "Mph, you still want to find Zhuang Yifan to save you at this time? Do you think you can escape the Alliance branch?" Accompanied by a violent gust of wind, Chang Mingui coldly snorted and landed on the dock, quickly chasing after Lin Yi. So fast. Feeling the terrifying aura rapidly approaching behind him, Lin Yi could not help but feel frightened. At this time, he was already using his full strength. Not only did he use the extreme butterfly subtle steps, but he also used the vital energy jet technique. This could be said to be his current extreme speed. If compared horizontally, this speed was even faster than Zongzili in the early stage of the mountain opening realm. At least when he was dealing with Zongzili, he did not go all out. Just the extreme butterfly subtle steps was enough to make Zongzili run around in circles, but compared to Chang Mingui behind him, the difference was much greater than a tortoise and a rabbit. Although they were both giants in the mountain opening realm, Chang Mingui and Zongzili were obviously not on the same level. The former was in the late stage of the mountain opening realm, while the latter was in the early stage. Furthermore, he was an alchemist in the late stage of the mountain opening realm. The difference in strength was not 100 times, but at least a few dozen times. The two of them could not be compared at all. As expected, he is a big fish that wants to kill people. Lin Yi sighed in his heart, but he did not dare to relax at all. Originally, he would be caught by the other party in a minute. If he was distracted, it would be no different from courting death. Chapter 4952. You run pretty fast, but you want to show off your speed in front of me, a wind elemental giant. Did you take the wrong medicine? Chang Mingui's laughter sounded in his ear. Chang Mingui actually didn't need to get this close. With his strength, he could easily take a person's head from 100 meters away, but he felt that doing this would be too easy on Lin Yi. To vent his anger, he wanted to crush Lin Yi's body with his own hands, letting him die in endless pain and torment. This was the only way he could make an example out of Chang Mingui, letting the world see the consequences of messing with him. He really was a wind elemental giant. Lin Yi had already expected this. Every time Chang Mingui appeared or attacked, there would be a violent gust of wind. It was reasonable for him to be so fast. After all, the wind elemental was a rare mutated spirit root, and it was known for its speed. Huang Xiaodao was an example. In the next instant, Chang Mingui did not even use any martial technique. He raised his hand and grabbed at Lin Yi's neck. If he, a late-stage mountain opening cultivator, had to use his signature martial technique to deal with a mere Lin Yi, it would be too much of a joke. At this time, he was only 5 feet away from Lin Yi. His whole body was almost stuck to Lin Yi's back like a shadow. It was impossible for Lin Yi to get rid of him. However, Lin Yi had never thought that he could get rid of his opponent with just speed. Just as Chang Mingui's hand was about to grab him, Lin Yi suddenly turned around and raised his hand, releasing a 7-elemental 5-elemental killing intent. Putting aside the level of strength, the 5-elemental killing intent was already an extremely profound martial technique. Now that it had fused with the ice and mist elemental attributes, it was even more difficult to defend against. Zongzili's previous embarrassment was a clear proof. Of course, Lin Yi did not expect this move to cause any real trouble for Chang Mingui. That was not realistic at all. He only had one goal in doing this, and that was to delay his opponent as much as possible. Following a deep dragon roar, the killing intent of the 7 elements rushed towards Chang Mingui without any suspense. It was a direct hit, and even Chang Mingui didn't have time to react. Lin Yi was overjoyed. He was originally worried that this move would not hit his opponent. After all, this was a late-stage mountain opening expert, and his speed was terrifying. He did not expect it to be so easy. It seemed like his opponent was very careless. Of course, no matter who it was inevitable to underestimate a profound ascension early-stage cultivator. Chang Mingui was instantly surrounded by the 7-elemental 5-elemental killing intent. Lin Yi did not seek to kill, only to stop his opponent. He knew that the power of the 5-elemental killing intent might not be able to do anything to his opponent, but with the ice elemental energy mixed in, it should be enough to slow down his opponent's movement technique, just like when he was fighting against Zongzili. Lin Yi did not look at how Chang Mingui would react. Without saying anything, he turned and left, his movement technique once again reaching its peak. However, before he could take 2 steps, he suddenly heard Chang Mingui's mocking snort. "You think you can beat my wife like that with just this little bit of skill?" The jade pendant's warning rang out crazily. Lin Yi did not have time to be shocked, and subconsciously rolled to the side. Although he looked very miserable, he managed to dodge an invisible wind blade in the nick of time. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat. As expected of a late-stage mountain opening magnet, this Chang Mingui was too terrifying. The 7-elemental 5-elemental killing intent could not even stop him at all. If not for the jade pendant's warning, Lin Yi's head might have already been separated from his body. Your vigilance is quite high. However, with your insignificant strength, I really can't see how you can match up to an early-stage mountain opening expert. It seems like I guessed correctly. Zhuang Yifan must have done something behind this. Chang Mingui was more and more convinced of his conjecture. After this exchange, he was certain that although Lin Yi was not weak, it was impossible for him to beat Zhong Zili like that. There must be something fishy behind this. Of course, Lin Yi would not clarify things like this. From his point of view, it was better for Chang Mingui to put all the blame on Zhuang Yifan. It would be best if Zhuang Yifan had no choice but to make a move, and then he would not have to waste so much effort trying to survive. Unfortunately, even if Chang Mingui suspected Zhuang Yifan, there was no way he would let Lin Yi go. No matter what, Lin Yi was the reason his wife and son ended up like this, so no matter what, Lin Yi had to die tonight. Of course, Lin Yi would not be so naive, so after he awkwardly dodged his opponent's invisible wind blade, he continued to run in the direction of the Alliance's division. This was a plan he had made long ago, and he could not fail. You think you can escape? Chang Mingui frowned when he saw this. Both of them were extremely fast. Although they had only fought for a short time, they were only halfway to the Alliance's division. If they got too close, Zhuang Yifan would definitely be alerted. If that happened, not only would he not be able to kill Lin Yi, he might even get himself killed. With a thought, Chang Mingui's body was surrounded by strong winds, and a small tornado quickly formed. It enveloped both him and Lin Yi, who was 10 feet away. Lin Yi felt as if he had sunk into quicksand. Under the pull of the strong wind, he couldn't even take a single step forward, let alone maintain his original speed. Chang Mingui's voice drifted in the tornado. One moment it felt like he was 100 miles away, and the next moment it felt like he was right next to his ear. Kid, I suddenly don't feel like killing you. If you can testify that Zhuang Yifan was the one who attacked my wife, I will be merciful and let you live. How about that? Lin Yi froze when he heard this, but he quickly understood what Chang Mingui meant. It seemed like this life-paying ghost looked down on a small fry like him, and was going to use this as a pretext to attack Zhuang Yifan. Indeed, Chang Mingui had always been dissatisfied with Zhuang Yifan. Since Zhuang Yifan would use this opportunity to attack Cauldron City, then he, Chang Mingui, could naturally do the same. Although it was not very realistic to attack Zhuang Yifan with his own strength and status, Zhuang Yifan was not invincible. As long as he went to the Mystic Sea region and found some people, he might be able to deal with Zhuang Yifan. If he was lucky, he might even be able to become the Alliance's leader. Really? That sounds good, but who knows if you'll burn the bridge after crossing it? Besides, what kind of person is Zhuang Yifan? I'm just a small shrimp, going against him? Wouldn't that be suicide? Lin Yi said with a cold smile. Chapter 4953. Is that so? Lin Yi smiled disapprovingly. This place is not far from the Alliance division. Aren't you afraid of Zhuang Yifan noticing you've made such a big commotion? You, a late-stage mountain opening stage master, are just like an ant in front of him, right? No need to provoke me. I can't beat him. But do you think this move of mine will make a big commotion? Ha 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 ha, open your eyes and see what's going on outside, idiot. Chang Mingui couldn't stop laughing. He'd even weakened the tornado to let Lin Yi see it clearly. Lin Yi glanced outside. He thought that since the opponent used such a powerful move like tornado, it would affect a large area. However, what he saw shocked him. The tornado was only between him and Chang Mingui. Outside of this area, there was no earth-shattering sound. Instead, it was silent, not even a speck of sand was stirred up. This scene made Lin Yi jump. This meant that this was far from the opponent's true strength. It was very likely that it was not even 10% of the opponent's true strength. It was just like a cat playing with a mouse. How about it, kid? Now you should understand your situation. Whether you want to live or die, make up your own mind. My patience is very limited. Chang Mingui's figure slowly walked closer. Is that so? I'm quite patient. It's rare for me to meet a late-phase master like you. How could I just let things end so hastily? Lin Yi smiled calmly, and without waiting for the other to react, he struck out with a palm. Following a majestic dragon roar, a never-before-seen killing intent of the 5 elements appeared. Even Chang Mingui, who was behind, was shocked. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Qi turning into form?" No, Qi turning into spirit. Strictly speaking, the 5 elements killing intent was Qi turning into spirit. Although this was very rare for a mysterious ascending stage master, there were many geniuses in the East continent who could grasp this technique. However, the 5 elements killing intent in front of him did not simply form a dragon. It had form and spirit. It was like a real dragon. Not only was it a lifelike shape that was completely identical to the flood dragon, the key point was that there was an indescribable mysterious thing circulating within it. It was as if this flood dragon formed from the 5 elements killing Qi had been injected with vitality. If one were to carefully examine it, they would discover that this thing had shockingly formed an extremely profound pattern, the Fuxi 8 trigrams. Qi turning into spirit was simply turning Qi into a shape. No matter how much it looked like a dragon, it was just a form. However, Qi turning into spirit was different. After being injected with this mysterious energy, it became a real 8 trigrams dragon. If Lin Yi was strong enough, he'd be able to replenish it endlessly, and this 8 trigrams flood dragon could exist in this world forever. In time, it had become a new powerful spirit beast. Such a profound method, even Chang Mingui, a late-stage mountain opening stage master, could not grasp it. At most, he had only reached the level of Qi turning into spirit. As for Qi turning into spirit, he had never even thought about it. Chang Mingui was stunned, but Lin Yi didn't notice it at all. In fact, he didn't even know what pure Qi was. The new form of the 5 elements in front of him had shocked him, but in his eyes, it was just an upgraded version of the 7 elements, the 8 elements of the 5 elements. To be more precise, it should be called the 5 elements 8 trigrams killing aura. This was something that he had been thinking hard about after his fight with Zongzili, and finally came up with in a flash of inspiration. He arranged the 8 attributes according to the Fuxi 8 trigrams in order to balance the strongest lightning attribute and the other 7 attributes. Finally, he displayed it in the form of the 5 elements killing aura. After the 8 trigrams flood dragon appeared, it pierced through the tornado in an instant. Lin Yi was overjoyed to see this, and immediately ran with all his might. "You're looking to die." Chang Mingui finally reacted. In that moment of shock, he had given up on controlling the tornado. Otherwise, even if the 8 trigrams dragon was much stronger than the 7 elements killing intent, it wouldn't have been able to pierce through it so easily, and Lin Yi wouldn't have been able to escape so easily. The wind howled. In his anger, Chang Mingui no longer cared if he would alert Zhuang Yifan or Lin Yi to testify against Zhuang Yifan. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Lin Yi. As long as he killed Lin Yi right away, it wouldn't matter even if Zhuang Yifan was alerted. Zhuang Yifan wouldn't go to the extent of fighting him to the death over a dead man. Plus, even if he couldn't beat Zhuang Yifan in a fight, he could still escape with his life. Chang Mingui's speed was many times faster than before. He instantly caught up to Lin Yi, who had just put some distance between them. At that moment, the 8 trigrams dragon didn't disappear. Instead, it suddenly appeared from the side and went straight for Chang Mingui's back. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, Chang Mingui didn't even turn his head. Suddenly, wind blades appeared around him. The 8 trigrams dragon didn't even get close to him and was instantly torn to pieces. Not only that, but even Lin Yi himself wasn't able to escape the attack. The wind blades that were flying in all directions cut into his left shoulder, and the wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. His entire shoulder was almost cleanly sliced off. Chang Mingui suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yi with a fierce killing intent on his face. Lin Yi could fight evenly with Zongzili, who was in the early stage of the mountain opening realm, but in front of him, who was in the late stage of the mountain opening realm, he was so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. I will slowly cut you to death, 1 slash at a time. I wonder how long you can last. 100 slashes, 200 slashes, or 300 slashes? Chang Mingui laughed coldly. He looked at Lin Yi's expression and said, don't think that you can alarm Zhuang Yifan. Even if you really do attract his attention, you'll only die faster. Ha 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 ha. Is that so? You're really that confident that I can't escape from your grasp? Lin Yi stopped in his tracks. There wasn't a hint of fear on his face. Instead, there was an indescribable feeling of relief, as if he had completed some important plan. You think you can escape? You don't even know that you're about to die. How can there be such an idiot who thinks he's smart like you? Chang Mingui pretended to look at Lin Yi with pity. His finger moved slightly, and countless invisible wind blades whistled towards Lin Yi. Chapter 4954. Chang Mingui's gaze sharpened. Just as the formless wind blades were about to cut into Lin Yi's body, there was a sudden movement beneath Lin Yi's feet. However, it wasn't Lin Yi who moved, but the ground made of sand and stone. 4 walls of sand rose from the ground at a speed hard to discern with the naked eye, protecting Lin Yi's surroundings tightly. The indestructible wind blades sank into the walls like clay oxen entering the sea, with no reaction at all. What? Chang Mingui was instantly shocked. This was clearly not Lin Yi's method, but the work of a mountain opening stage powerhouse, and this mountain opening stage powerhouse's strength was not much lower than his. Chang Mingui felt that something was wrong, and subconsciously wanted to fly up into the sky, but the ground beneath his feet suddenly sunk. 2 large hands made of sand and stone firmly grabbed onto his legs, and slowly dragged him into the ground. In the blink of an eye, only his upper body was left on the ground. Who's playing tricks here? Get out here. Although he was sunk into the sand, Chang Mingui quickly calmed down, and shouted fiercely. It's not playing tricks. Town leader Chang, I've already been waiting here for a long time. Liu Ziyu's figure slowly emerged from the sand. Exchanging a glance with Lin Yi, he smiled faintly. Who are you? Chang Mingui's expression darkened. Oh. Town leader Chang wants to remember my name to settle the score later. There's no harm in telling you. I'm Liu Ziyu of Morning Pride Academy, Liu Ziyu said calmly. Lin Yi laughed bitterly in his heart. If it was him, he wouldn't be so kind as to reveal his real name to the other party. If he couldn't kill Chang Mingui this time, wouldn't that be looking for trouble? But as a woman, Liu Ziyu's personality was extremely unyielding. She didn't want to do something like concealing her name. If he had the guts to come and seek revenge, he could come. If she was afraid of the other party seeking revenge, then she wouldn't be Liu Ziyu, and she wouldn't have appeared here. Liu Ziyu? Morning Pride Academy is such a sissy place. To think that there would be a top expert like you, I couldn't tell. Chang Mingui furrowed his brows, which was a rare sight. From her aura, he could already determine that Liu Ziyu was at least at the intermediate stage of the mountain opening realm, and for some reason, her strength was even on par with his. There's no need to think about it. I've set up the 9 palaces sand formation here, Liu Ziyu said as he looked at him calmly. 9 palaces sand array? No wonder. Chang Mingui suddenly understood. It was said that the 9 palace sand array was an extremely special array. Within this array, it could greatly restrict the opponent's strength. His mountain opening late stage strength was probably only at the peak of the mountain opening middle stage, or even lower. Originally, with Liu Ziyu's strength at the mid-mountain opening stage, it would have been impossible for him to contend against Chang Mingui. However, with this 9 palaces sand formation, he would be able to put up a fight. Brat, so you weren't going to find Zhuang Yifan to ask for help, but set up such a trap for me. You're really not simple. Chang Mingui looked coldly at Lin Yi. At this moment, he somewhat believed that Zhuang Yifan had not done anything. With this brat's strength and intelligence, it was really not impossible for him to kill his arrogant wife. You flatter me. Lin Yi nodded calmly. Just as Chang Mingui had said, he had planned all of this beforehand. He had let Liu Ziyu set up an ambush at the most suitable place to set up the 9 palace sand formation, and the only thing he had to do was to lure Chang Mingui over. This plan sounded extremely simple, but it was actually filled with danger. If it weren't for his strength being strong enough, if it weren't for the jade pendant's warning, he would have died many times already. Brat, don't be too proud. You're just proving what I said earlier, you arrogant idiot. Chang Mingui's gaze landed on Liu Ziyu, who was surging with battle intent, and he laughed coldly. Do you really think that you can stop me with just this woman? As soon as he finished speaking, a gale suddenly rose from Chang Mingui's body. Although his legs were tightly bound, this did not stop him from attacking. Even though he was trapped in the Nine Palace Sand Formation, he did not really care about Liu Ziyu. In the end, even if she had the strength of the mid-mountain opening stage, she was still just a woman. The wind raged, and an incomparably large tornado instantly descended on the beach of the Thunderous Plains Island. At this point, Chang Mingui could no longer care about anything else. Alerting Zhuang Yifan was a matter of later. What he needed to do now was to kill this mid-mountain opening stage woman in front of him, as well as Lin Yi, who was hiding to the side. Be careful. Seeing this, Liu Ziyu's expression froze. She waved her hand, indicating for Lin Yi to retreat to the side. Although Lin Yi's strength was already comparable to an early mountain opening stage expert like Zhong Zili, in front of an existence like Chang Mingui, it was still very difficult for him to be of any use. This could be seen from the two previous encounters. At this point, the plan that she had set up tonight could be considered to have succeeded more than half, but even so, it could only slightly restrict Chang Mingui's strength. In the end, whether or not she would be able to force him back still depended on her, Liu Ziyu. In a short period of time, the soaring tornado that Chang Mingui had released had already swept up countless amounts of yellow sand. From afar, it looked like a wild sand dragon, and the sharp whistling of the wind and sand caused people's hearts to tremble in fear. At this moment, whether it was Liu Ziyu or Chang Mingui himself, their figures had already been enveloped by the wild sand dragon, becoming indistinct. Lin Yi, who had stayed outside, was secretly shocked. This Chang Mingui was indeed powerful. With just one move, he had forcefully turned the situation around. In an instant, the Nine Palace Sand Formation had become a wild sand dragon. Although Chang Mingui's strength was still greatly restricted, at the same time, Liu Ziyu was definitely also greatly affected. With the difference in strength between the two of them, when both of their strengths were restricted, the one who had the upper hand in the end was still Chang Mingui. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a little anxious. This time, Liu Ziyu had practically risked being killed to help. If something were to really happen, then even 10,000 deaths would not be enough to atone for the blame. How would he still have the face to see Huiyudi in the future? But with his bit of strength, he didn't dare to recklessly rush into the wild sand dragon. Not only would he not be able to help, he would instead become Liu Ziyu's burden, causing her to die even more miserably. I can only believe in Aunt Liu. Lin Yi secretly prayed in his heart. At the same time, he rapidly accumulated the vast and boundless power of lightning in his body. Ordinary moves were useless against Chang Mingui, and even the killing intent of the 5 elements 8 trigrams would not have any miraculous effect. At this time, the only move that could be of use was the ultimate killing move, Lightning Burial. Chapter 49:55. Now that Liu Ziyu was holding him back, Lin Yi's move could be put to great use. Judging from how it had been able to strike Zhong Zili half to death, he believed that even if it was Chang Mingui, a late-stage mountain opening expert, he would be able to give him a good beating. The wild sand tornado whistled continuously, and it was impossible for those outside to know what was going on inside. Putting aside the fact that they could not see clearly with their naked eyes, even divine senses could not enter. In reality, even if they did, it would not be a good thing. They might even suffer a backlash. After a long while, a soaring sword chi suddenly slashed the wild sand tornado into two. Then, Liu Ziyu, who was dressed in white, was sent flying while coughing up a mouthful of blood. A silver flexible sword had appeared in her hands at some point in time. Seeing this, Lin Yi panicked. However, he then saw that Chang Mingui had also been injured in the distance. There was a huge wound on his chest that was so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood flowed incessantly, and it was a shocking sight. It seemed that he had been injured by the soaring sword chi just now. Mph, looks like I've really underestimated you. I've never seen a woman be able to do this. You, Liu Ziyu, are the first, Chang Minggui said coldly. Liu Ziyu was not only powerful to the point that he had a whole new level of respect for her. What made him even more speechless was that this woman was even more domineering and unyielding than him when she attacked. Was she really a woman? That's just because you're inexperienced. Liu Ziyu let out a cold laugh in disapproval. Although she was already very strong, and there were very few other female cultivators who could be a match for her, it did not mean that there were none. For example, West Island's Island Lord Ning Shangaling, whose true strength far surpassed hers. Is that so? Chang Minggui clenched his fist non-committally, pursing his lips and saying, "You can only be stubborn for a while. I've already broken the 9 Palaces sand formation, so it's time for you to die. Go in peace." As his words landed, a crescent-shaped wind blade suddenly appeared in Chang Minggui's hand. At first glance, it seemed no different from the move he had used earlier. However, when this wind blade appeared, Liu Ziyu and Lin Yi, who had stayed in the distance, instantly widened their eyes. Peng! A deep wound suddenly appeared on Liu Ziyu's body, and he was sent flying several hundred feet away. His face was filled with disbelief. His opponent's wind blade had actually reached him in an instant. By the side, Lin Yi felt his scalp go numb. Although the speed of the wind blades was indeed extremely fast, and with his strength, even with the jade pendant as a warning, it would be very difficult for him to completely avoid them. With Liu Ziyu's strength, she should not have ended up in such a sorry state. No matter what, she was still a mid-stage mountain opening expert, and according to Lin Yi's judgment, she should be a top-notch existence amongst those of the same level. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to contend with Chang Minggui for so long with just a 9-palace sand formation. But the problem was that this wind blade did not have any flight trajectory at all. It had just been flung out from Chang Minggui's hand, and in the next instant, it had already appeared on Liu Ziyu's body. How was he supposed to dodge it? Such a technique seemed to have surpassed the speed of space. The last time Lin Yi had seen such a divine technique was when he had received the inheritance from the giant electric eel. He had seen a human swordsman's sword qi arrive in such an instant. Although judging from the aura alone, the late-stage mountain opening Chang Minggui was far inferior to that human swordsman. After all, that was an existence who could exchange blows with the giant electric eel. The profoundness of their techniques were exactly the same. It could be seen that Chang Minggui definitely did not have an undeserved reputation, and was indeed not to be underestimated. How is it? The feeling of being scratched by my wind blade doesn't feel good, right? Chang Minggui grinned complacently, using this to distract his opponent. At the same time, his other hand was hidden in his sleeve, secretly accumulating power. Noiselessly, another wind blade shot out in an instant. Peng! This wind blade directly slashed across Liu Ziyu's throat, and her head fell to the ground. In an instant, everything in the world suddenly came to a standstill. Lin Yi's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and he bellowed in grief and indignation, "Aunt Liu, Mitch, no matter how strong she is, she's still just a woman. She's nothing much." Chang Minggui laughed complacently. However, before he could laugh out loud, Liu Ziyu's corpse suddenly turned into a pile of yellow sand after falling to the ground. It was a yellow sand clone. Not only did this turn of events stun Chang Minggui, even Lin Yi could not react for a moment. He was not far from Liu Ziyu's position, but even he had not sensed when Liu Ziyu had changed into a yellow sand clone. The technique itself was not very shocking, but to be able to use it to such a flawless degree, Liu Ziyu could be said to be the first person Lin Yi had ever seen. Pu. Liu Ziyu suddenly appeared behind Chang Minggui, and at the same time, her sword pierced through his chest. Chang Minggui's expression immediately became more and more shocked. He stared blankly at the bloody blade that had pierced through his chest, his face filled with disbelief. Lin Yi, too, felt that it was inconceivable. Liu Ziyu had given others the impression that she was very open and unrestrained before, but from the moment she silently created the yellow sand clones, to the moment she silently appeared behind Chang Minggui, her entire fighting style had completely changed. She was no longer as forceful and domineering as before, but more like an assassin who took an unconventional path. "It's too early for you to say stupid words like that." Liu Ziyu's breathing was slightly heavy. The previous set of movements could be said to be as smooth as flowing water. Although it was not as amazing as the opponent's instantaneous wind blades, to be able to do it so flawlessly, especially to deceive someone like Chang Mingui, the amount of physical strength exhausted was practically an astronomical figure. Moreover, the first wind blade had left behind a bone-deep wound. To be able to pierce through Chang Mingui's chest with a single strike was already the result of Liu Ziyu giving it her all. Earlier, even with the help of the Nine Palaces sand formation, she had still been suppressed by her opponent. Now that she was fighting for her life, this was Liu Ziyu's true strength. Is that so? Chang Mingui did not collapse after being struck by this sword. Instead, his aura instantly became even more explosive and powerful. Gusts of wind that could be seen by the naked eye were continuously emitted from his body, and then they quickly wrapped around Liu Ziyu, who was behind him. These gusts of wind were like invisible iron chains, tightly binding Liu Ziyu's entire body and suspending her in midair. Liu Ziyu's face immediately flushed red. Right now, not only was she unable to move, the key point was that one of the gusts of wind had strangled her throat, and she was completely suffocated. The situation had reversed in the blink of an eye. Although Liu Ziyu's flexible sword was still stuck in Chang Mingui's body, with the heaven-defying vitality of a late-stage mountain-splitting giant, this sword would at most injure him, and it was impossible for it to kill him. On the contrary, Liu Ziyu was currently in imminent danger. She was not only suffocating from being strangled, what was even more dangerous was that any random wind blade from Chang Mingui would be able to take her life. She no longer had any strength to resist. Chapter 49:56. But before Chang Mingui could act, Lin Yi suddenly roared, "Lightning burial." As he spoke, a massive pillar of lightning descended from the sky, instantly striking Chang Mingui's head. As a late-stage mountain opening expert, Chang Mingui had no chance to react at all. The speed of lightning was the limit of the natural world. To a certain extent, it was the same as the wind blades he had just unleashed. Others could not dodge his wind blades, so he naturally could not dodge Lin Yi's lightning burial. As the lightning burial entered his body, Chang Mingui's entire body convulsed violently from the electricity. The layers of wind entangling Liu Ziyu lost control, allowing Liu Ziyu to regain his freedom and a chance to breathe. "I've finally made it in time." Lin Yi watched this scene with lingering fear and let out a long breath. This time, the power of the lightning burial had reached the limit of what he could control. It was even stronger than when he had used it against Zhong Zili last time. If not for this, he suspected that it would not have any effect on Chang Mingui at all. Unlike last time when Zhuang Yifan had dispelled it, this lightning burial lasted for several breaths of time. The blinding light from the lightning illuminated the surrounding several kilometers as if it was daytime. Seeing Chang Mingui convulsing within the massive pillar of lightning, Lin Yi and Liu Ziyu looked at each other with lingering fear. There should be no problem now, right? However, before the two of them could relax, Chang Mingui suddenly let out a hysterical roar from within the lightning burial. Fierce winds suddenly rose within a radius of several dozen kilometers, whistling towards Chang Mingui from all directions. Under the incomparably fierce winds, the giant pillar of lightning was actually sliced into pieces, and the lightning burial was forcibly disintegrated into nothingness. What a troublesome guy. Lin Yi's heart beat wildly. This lightning burial was the limit of what he could do, but it had still been forcefully disintegrated by someone like this. Were late-stage mountain opening magnates all this freakish? In reality, Lin Yi had never thought that he would be able to kill Chang Mingui with just a single lightning burial. However, he wanted to at least leave enough damage to Chang Mingui. Who would have thought that Chang Mingui would be able to disintegrate his attack? Although Zhuang Yifan had dealt with the thunder burial much more easily than Chang Mingui, he was still an earth creation late-stage master. Lin Yi wouldn't be surprised no matter what he did. However, Chang Mingui was able to do it as well. This was a huge blow to him. In the end, he was still too weak. You have to be careful. This guy is already completely infuriated, and he might vent his anger on you, Liu Ziyu reminded in a deep voice. Yes. Lin Yi nodded. Even if Liu Ziyu was injured, he was still a late-stage mountain opening expert. He wouldn't be taken care of so easily, and the lightning burial just now was the main cause of Chang Mingui's anger. Lin Yi guessed that if he was in Chang Mingui's shoes, he would most likely vent his anger on him. On this side, Lin Yi and Liu Ziyu acted as if they were facing a great enemy. On the other side, Chang Mingui, who had suffered a loss, didn't go berserk like they had expected. Instead, he whistled and suddenly rose into the air. Immediately, a huge shadow suddenly appeared under his feet. It was his flying mount, ghost-eyed golden eagle. Seeing this, Lin Yi and Liu Ziyu couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that this guy was preparing to fight in the air? A late-stage mountain opening expert actually used this kind of method. He was too shameless. However, unexpectedly, Chang Mingui only glanced at the two of them viciously. The ghost-eyed golden eagle quickly rose into the clouds and disappeared, leaving directly. The battle ended too suddenly. Liu Ziyu didn't react for a moment and looked at Lin Yi blankly. What a pity. Lin Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had already guessed the reason for Chang Mingui's sudden departure, because this was the most crucial part of his plan. If he had succeeded, Chang Mingui would really have died here tonight. However, such a vicious and domineering guy had actually turned around and fled without hesitation when he sensed that something was wrong. It really made people speechless. After all, Chang Mingui wasn't a brainless idiot. He was only rough and arrogant on the surface, but when it came to a crucial moment, he definitely wouldn't do something stupid. It was the same at the banquet, and it was the same now. Zhuang Yifan suddenly appeared in front of the two of them and said to Lin Yi with a face full of concern, "Master Lin, I came a step too late and startled you. Are your injuries serious?" Liu Ziyu suddenly understood. So it was this person who had come. No wonder Chang Mingui had suddenly fled. If he hadn't fled, he really would have died here tonight. With Zhuang Yifan's strength, if he really wanted to kill him, there was no way he could have survived. "Oh, it's nothing." Lin Yi shook his head. "I'm really sorry. I was just about to go into seclusion to take the solid earth pill. I only noticed something strange just now. I really didn't think that Chang Mingui would be so daring as to openly attack Master Lin in the Alliance's territory. If he hadn't run away so quickly, I would have made sure his blood would have been spilled," Zhuang Yifan said, a little embarrassed. "Headmaster Zhuang, there's no need to blame yourself. I wasn't seriously injured, and it happened so suddenly. It's normal for him to escape." Although he said that, Lin Yi's expression was a little thought-provoking. No. For something like this to happen to Master Lin in the Alliance's territory, no matter what, as the headmaster of the Alliance, I cannot absolve myself from the blame. Looks like the guards should be the ones to reorganize themselves. They didn't react at all when something like this happened. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. Zhuang Yifan couldn't help but vent his anger. Lin Yi and Liu Ziyu looked at each other without saying anything. From the time they had fought Chang Mingui until now, it had already been half the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. In the end, there were so many mountain opening stage experts in the Alliance's territory, and not a single one of them had rushed over. It was a little unreasonable. "How about this, Master Lin, you two follow me to the Alliance's division. There are the best doctors in the Alliance there. Your injuries can't be delayed," Zhuang Yifan suggested. "That won't be necessary. I also know a bit of medicine. It's more than enough to treat our injuries." Lin Yi waved his hand and refused. "Oh, I didn't think that you, Master Lin, are also a medical expert." Zhuang Yifan paused when he heard that, and then slapped his head in realization. "Hey, look at my memory. Master Zhongliju isn't just a pill god, he's also the top medical saint on Sky-class Island. As his disciple, Master Lin is naturally skilled in medicine. Haha, if there's nothing else, I'll go treat Aunt Liu's injuries first." Lin Yi smiled. Right. Treating your injuries is more important. I'll send you off." As soon as Zhuang Yifan finished speaking, he immediately used his true qi to envelop Lin Yi and Liu Ziyu, sending them back to the Morning Star Academy's treasured ship in the blink of an eye. Chapter 4957. Chairman Zhuang, then I won't be sending you off. Lin Yi bade farewell to Zhuang Yifan, indicating for the three girls to calm down. Then, he supported Liu Ziyu into a specialized recovery room. After Lin Yi had Liu Ziyu sit down, he immediately channeled essential qi from his back to treat her injuries. At the same time, he was also treating his own injuries. Both of their injuries were not light, especially Liu Ziyu, who had expended a large amount of vital energy in addition to her injuries. Right now, she was in a rather weak state. Your essential qi can actually treat people's injuries? Liu Ziyu could sense that wherever Lin Yi's essential qi passed through, her injuries would rapidly recover. She could not help but be astonished. She had never seen such a fast recovery rate before. Yes, my essential qi is rather unique. Lin Yi nodded. Originally, such a secret could not be casually revealed to outsiders, but after tonight's battle, if he still treated Liu Ziyu as an outsider, he would be too heartless. Just because of a sudden request of his, Liu Ziyu had risked her life to engage in a life-and-death battle with Chang Minggui, who was much stronger than her. From this moment onwards, Lin Yi had already treated her as a true senior, a senior whom he could entrust his back to. You're really an extraordinary person. Liu Ziyu could not help but smile. Then, she changed the topic and said, the final step of your plan just now should have been for Zhuang Yifan to kill Chang Minggui, right? That's right. Unfortunately, it was all for naught. Lin Yi smiled bitterly, feeling a little dispirited. From luring the enemy to setting up the formation, everything had progressed perfectly. However, it was clear that it was not enough to kill Chang Minggui. Whether this plan could succeed or not depended on the final step. It all depended on whether Zhuang Yifan would make a move in time. Actually, everything that Lin Yi had planned before was for Zhuang Yifan to make a move. Even the location of the ambush was not randomly chosen. It could not be too far from the Alliance branch, as that would be beyond the range of Zhuang Yifan's divine sense. However, it could not be too close to the Alliance branch, as that would prevent Chang Minggui from giving up on the chase. Only the location that he had chosen was just right. Logically speaking, with Chang Minggui and Liu Ziyu fighting at the ambush point for so long, the commotion should have been world-shaking, so it was impossible for the Alliance branch to not notice it at all. Unfortunately, Zhuang Yifan still arrived late, allowing Chang Minggui to escape. After all, Zhuang Yifan is no ordinary person. It won't be easy to use him to kill someone. Liu Ziyu also felt that it was a pity. Although the reason that Zhuang Yifan gave was reasonable, both she and Lin Yi did not think that he would be so slow. If they guessed correctly, Zhuang Yifan must have done it on purpose. Yes, I thought that a person of power like him would put profit first, and would most likely take this opportunity to take down Chang Minggui and take control of Cauldron City. I didn't think that he would be unmoved. It is really hard to guess the thoughts of such a big shot. Lin Yi sighed. In his opinion, the alchemy ability that he had displayed before was enough for Zhuang Yifan to try his best to rope him in, especially when he had leaked the news that he was trying to break through to Mystic Second-Level Alchemist. If he was in Zhuang Yifan's shoes, he would definitely take this opportunity to take down Chang Minggui and take control of Cauldron City. At the same time, he would be moved to tears. This was killing two birds with one stone. How could Zhuang Yifan not take it? What he didn't know was that he had been tricked by himself. If he was just a mystic first-level alchemist, Zhuang Yifan might have really made a move. However, he was now a mystic second-level alchemist in name, which made Zhuang Yifan give up on the idea. A future mystic second-level alchemist, with Zhuang Yifan's current strength, was bound to him no matter what. If he wanted to have a closer relationship with Lin Yi, he obviously couldn't be the only one asking for help from Lin Yi. Conversely, Zhuang Yifan had to have something to ask of him as well. Both of them had value to each other. Only with this kind of benefit could their relationship be stable. That was why he purposely left Chang Minggui as a threat to Lin Yi. This was, in a sense, raising a bandit to strengthen himself. As long as Chang Minggui appeared once, his position in Lin Yi's heart would increase. The bottom line was that Lin Yi didn't die. This was a profitable business. Zhuang Yifan is a very shrewd person. You should be more careful when dealing with him in the future. Although you're a mystic first-level alchemist, the difference in strength between you and him is too great. It's easy to get into trouble. Liu Ziyu reminded him, then shook her head and sighed. It's a pity that we let Chang Minggui escape this time. Although he's also injured and should stop for a while, when he makes a comeback next time, it won't be so easy to deal with him. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. This time, the time and place were all on his side. Chang Minggui unknowingly stepped into a trap. It wouldn't be so easy next time. When the time came, the enemy would be in the dark while he was in the light. Lin Yi wouldn't even have the chance to prepare in advance, let alone set up a trap for him. I'm actually fine here. I don't plan on staying in the East Continent. I'll be fine as long as I return to the North Island. Lin Yi shook his head nonchalantly, then said worriedly, I'm more worried about you, Aunt Liu. You've offended Chang Minggui this time. He definitely won't let this go. Lin Yi could just leave, but Liu Ziyu, as the vice-headmaster of Morning Pride Academy, obviously couldn't do so. Although she was a mid-stage mountain opening expert, she was still a distance away from Chang Minggui. With Chang Minggui's vengeful personality, he wouldn't let her go. You don't have to worry about this. With my strength, even if I can't beat him, protecting myself won't be a problem. If he dares to come to my Morning Pride Academy's territory and behave atrociously, even if I don't die, I'll still skin him alive. Does he really think that my Morning Pride Academy is easy to bully? Liu Ziyu said disapprovingly. Hearing that, Lin Yi heaved a sigh of relief. He had just been thinking about whether he should call Liu Ziyu to go to the North Island to lie low for a while. In any case, she and Shanghai Tianhua were old acquaintances, so he could just treat it as a visit to an old friend's house. However, since Liu Ziyu had already expressed her stance, there was no need for him to do anything unnecessary. After all, he was a big shot of a region. Even if his strength was inferior, with Liu Ziyu's personality, she really wouldn't be afraid of him. Who knew, it might even become a motivation for her to advance to the next level. Alright, your healing true qi is quite useful. This bit of injury of mine is more or less healed. Liu Ziyu clicked her tongue in wonder, indicating for Lin Yi to retract his true qi as she stood up and said, your injuries aren't light either. Hurry up and heal yourself. Don't worry about me. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Yi to speak, Liu Ziyu left the room by herself, leaving Lin Yi alone to continue healing. Chapter 4958. Such a bold plan, if it had been anyone else, they would have taken a while. Even if they agreed to help in the end, the opportunity would have been gone. Speaking of which, tonight's fishing plan was indeed full of danger. Even Lin Yi himself could not help but feel some lingering fear. Chang Minggui's strength was truly beyond his imagination. Fortunately, his luck was not bad, and the other party had underestimated him. Otherwise, forget about dragging it out until Zhuang Yifan made a move. Lin Yi reckoned that he would not even be able to survive the first step of luring the enemy. He would have died under Chang Minggui's wind blades before he even reached the ambush point. And in the end, if Zhuang Yifan had not appeared, with his and Liu Ziyu's physical strength being almost exhausted, they would have most likely died when facing the enraged Chang Minggui. In this aspect, Zhuang Yifan had actually been a great help. Although he had not been able to kill Chang Minggui as Lin Yi had wished, he had at least scared him away and saved his and Liu Ziyu's lives. He still remembered this favor. As Lin Yi healed himself, he inspected the state of his body. He suddenly discovered that his 8 compound spirit roots were much more solid than when he had just broken through. The various elements were fused more seamlessly, and even the qi in his body was calmer and less restless. This discovery immediately made Lin Yi overjoyed. According to his past experience, this was clearly a sign that he had completely consolidated his mysterious ascension primary stage. How long had it been since he had broken through? He had originally thought that it would take at least 3 months or even half a year. But thinking about it carefully, this result was actually not that surprising. Actual combat was the best way to consolidate one's strength, and looking back at Lin Yi's recent battles, putting aside Chang Minggui who was a weakling of the same level, the unfathomable vengeful spirit, the early mountain opening stage Zong Zili, and the late mountain opening stage Chang Minggui were all extremely intense battles. If he still could not consolidate his strength like that, then it would really be strange. While Lin Yi was rejoicing, on the other side, Chang Minggui, who had fled on the ghost-eyed golden eagle, was currently in an extremely bad mood. Not only had he not been able to kill Lin Yi, but he had instead been tricked by Lin Yi and Liu Ziyu. His chest had been pierced through by a sword, coupled with the strongest lightning burial. To a late-stage mountain opening expert like him, though such injuries were not fatal, they were definitely not minor injuries that could be healed in a day or two. What made Chang Mingui even more depressed was the fact that even though Lin Yi was on Thunder Plain Island, he could only watch and not dare to attack again. Zhuang Yifan's sudden appearance had already shocked him. Although Zhuang Yifan did not make a move to stop him, who knew what Zhuang Yifan would do if he was attacked again? After being depressed, Chang Mingui finally understood. With his strength, killing Lin Yi was indeed as easy as flipping his hand, but Lin Yi had an expert like Liu Ziyu protecting him, so he could not completely crush him. Once the battle dragged on, Zhuang Yifan would definitely come to the rescue. Under such circumstances, it would be almost impossible to kill Lin Yi. However, even though he understood, Chang Mingui did not plan on giving up. However, according to the rumors that Lin Yi had Li Ren spread, there was not much time left for him to act. Not to mention letting Lin Yi escape back to the Northern Island, even if he only returned to the Morning Star Academy's territory, it would not be easy for him to act again. One had to know that the strength of the three Morning Star magnates was not below Liu Ziyu's, especially Dean Ling Yuanqing, whose strength was not much weaker than Chang Mingui's. If he dared to kill Lin Yi in the Morning Star Academy's territory, the three Morning Star magnates would not be as scheming as Zhuang Yifan. They would definitely fight to the death, and Chang Mingui might even have to pay with his life. He did not dare to take this risk. After thinking about it, Chang Mingui felt that the best opportunity was still here. Before Zhuang Yifan could react, he would use his absolute strength to kill him in one blow, or perhaps he could just take care of that detestable Zhuang Yifan as well. After hesitating for a while, Chang Mingui suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and immediately made up his mind. He did not hesitate to overdraft the ghost-eyed golden eagle's life force to increase its speed to the maximum, and the man and eagle quickly disappeared into the moonlight. In the hall of the Morning Star Academy's treasured ship, because of the huge commotion earlier, almost everyone on the ship was gathered there. As the leader of the group, Li Ren, was busy arranging for people to repair the protective spell formation. Although the protective spell formation had been destroyed on the spot by Chang Mingui's two giant wind blades, neither the main body of the treasured ship nor the protective spell formation itself had suffered much damage. As long as they repaired it slightly and infused enough spiritual qi, the protective spell formation would naturally be able to be activated again. "Master, how is Lin Yi?" Hua Yudi and the rest saw Liu Ziyu come out and immediately surrounded her. "He seems to be in good condition, so he should be fine. Don't worry." Liu Ziyu smiled and comforted them. "Oh, that's good." Hua Yudi and the rest all heaved a sigh of relief, and then asked about the situation of the battle just now. Liu Ziyu naturally answered every question, and although it was only a few plain words, the information revealed still made everyone unconsciously break out in a cold sweat, and they were filled with lingering fear. No wonder Lin Yi insisted on not letting them participate. Although they were all in the early stages of the mysterious Ascension realm, and in terms of strength, they were far stronger than the average experts of the same level. But in front of a fiend like Chang Mingui, they could not even be considered cannon fodder. Even Lin Yi was in such a dangerous situation, let alone the few of them. In the time it took for them to speak, Lin Yi had already finished healing his injuries, and appeared in front of everyone in a relaxed manner. Needless to say, he was once again surrounded by the group of girls, who examined him from head to toe. After confirming that he had indeed recovered, the girls were finally willing to let go of him. "I already said that I'm really fine, but you still didn't believe me." Lin Yi did not know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at his messy clothes, looking as if he had been humiliated. At this moment, he suddenly saw a figure in the corner of the hall, and his heart skipped a beat as he remembered what had happened before. He immediately called out, "Miss Qin Yu, is it convenient for you to come with me for a moment?" As soon as he finished speaking, not only Liu Ziyu, Hua Yudi, and the others, but even the other Morning Star disciples in the distance revealed strange gazes. Each and every one of them looked at Lin Yi and Qin Yu with mischievous eyes. If not for Lin Yi's strength and status, all sorts of rumors would have been flying around. "Me!" Qin Yu was also stunned, and after noticing everyone's expressions, she could not help but blush. She hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head and weakly responded, following Lin Yi's footsteps. The two of them arrived at Lin Yi's room. Just as Lin Yi sat down, he saw Qin Yu, who was behind him, close the door with a turn of her hand. "What are you doing?" Lin Yi could not help but be stunned. Chapter 49:59. "Oh, this was given by Jiang Hai, you don't have to thank me." Lin Yi waved his hand. Qin Yu looked at him deeply. She knew that with Jiang Hai's ability, he would not be able to take out the Thunder Quintessence pill. Only this legendary mystic tier alchemist could casually take out the rare Thunder Quintessence pill and give it away. Therefore, Lin Yi could not deceive her at all. "That." Qin Yu suddenly blushed and lowered her head, saying weakly, "Master Lin, did you call me over to repay you?" "What?" Lin Yi almost choked when he heard that. What was going on? Did he look that wretched? Could it be that he had guessed wrong? Qin Yu was clearly stunned when she saw his reaction. She secretly muttered in her heart. Or was this Master Lin a hypocrite? He was obviously doing dirty things, but he still pretended to be virtuous. Lin Yi frowned when he saw her expression. He pointed at the opposite seat and asked her to sit down. In a serious tone, he said, "I have something I wanted to ask you before. What is your relationship with those two male disciples?" "Male disciples?" Qin Yu thought for a while before she reacted. She said with some surprise, "Are you talking about Qi Dong and Chen Qiong? I don't know their names. I just saw that you have a close relationship with them. That's why I asked." Lin Yi said lightly. Although he'd only met Jiang Hai once, he sympathized with this infatuated man. What Qin Yu had done before, on the other hand, was truly chilling. Lin Yi wasn't at the point where he'd be filled with righteous indignation. After all, this was a private matter, but he still felt that it was unfair for Jiang Hai. Qin Yu fell into silence when she heard that. She lowered her head and did not speak for a long time. Lin Yi could see that she was trying her best to restrain herself, but she could not stop the sound of sobbing. The atmosphere in the room was filled with sorrow and anger. It seemed that there was a hidden story. After a long time, Qin Yu suddenly raised her head and reached out to wipe away the tears on her face. She said calmly with determination, "Master Lin, if you see Jiang Hai, please help me pass a message. Tell him that I, Qin Yu, have died. I have let him down. You're dead." Lin Yi's frown deepened, and he sternly said, "Miss Qin, if you have something to say it clearly in front of me. If you have any difficulties, we can also find a way to solve it. Or did you really do something wrong to Jiang Hai? Did you cheat on him?" Qin Yu's expression darkened. Her eyes turned red as she sobbed, "I've really let him down. I'm no longer clean. I don't deserve him. If you had known this would happen, you wouldn't have acted in the first place." Lin Yi shook his head and secretly felt sorry for Jiang Hai. It was hard for him to think of ways to save up a gathering nascent soul golden pill, and even did not hesitate to ask a stranger to bring it here. However, he did not know that Qin Yu was no longer the original Qin Yu. His infatuation was really wasted. "I didn't want to." Qin Yu cried silently. "I've decided to give my life to Ahai. Even if it's 100 years or 1,000 years, I'll wait for him. I'll never regret it." "Then how did you become like this?" Lin Yi frowned. Through the previous performance, he believed Qin Yu's words a little. Putting aside other things, at least Qin Yu must have feelings for Jiang Hai. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked him to bring Jiang Hai a medicinal pill when they were on the road to becoming a giant. A condensed nascent soul golden pill and a vitality cultivating pill. How could a normal person give such a medicinal pill to someone for no reason? "Because I was." Qin Yu was obviously hesitant and struggling halfway through her words. In the end, she took a deep breath and gritted her teeth to finish the second half of the sentence. "I was raped." "What?" Lin Yi was shocked and looked at Qin Yu in disbelief. After a long time, he asked in a deep voice, "Who?" "Zheng Tianguang." Although Qin Yu lowered her head, when she said this name, Lin Yi could clearly feel her gritting her teeth. This kind of hatred had completely seeped into her bones. After all, it was this person who ruined her originally beautiful life and forced her to sink into this state. "Who is Zheng Tianguang?" Lin Yi asked with a frown. He is a second-generation cultivator in the academy. He is the son of the academy's number 2 alchemist, Zheng Dongsheng. In the past, he often hung out with Bao Zuoliang and the others. Qin Yu's tone suddenly became unprecedentedly calm, as if she was a bystander, and calmly narrated, "From the first day at Morningstar Academy, I was targeted by him. After being rejected by me 3 times in a row, he became angry out of humiliation and drugged me, doing such beastly things." Lin Yi did not say anything. He only faintly felt that the name Zheng Dongsheng was somewhat familiar. Although he should not have heard of it or seen it before, he felt that it should be related to someone that he had interacted with before. "I have no background here, no backing. After the incident, I did not know how to resist, nor did I know how to take revenge, so I could only seek death. However, after being saved several times, I gradually became numb," Qin Yu said calmly. "What happened after that?" Lin Yi asked. From then on, I became his plaything. I used my body to exchange for the cultivation resources in his hands." Qin Yu's current state of mind could be said to be terrifying. Speaking of this kind of thing, she could actually still laugh. With an unfathomable expression, she said, "Later, Zheng Tianguang went to the Mystic Sea region, and I was targeted by a few other second-generation cultivators. Since I was unable to resist, I simply broke the jar and used my beauty to mingle with those men, in exchange for cultivation resources." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was stunned. He did not know how to evaluate Qin Yu's choice. It would be too cold to say that she did not have self-respect, but he could not say that she did the right thing. He could only be speechless. Qin Yu saw Lin Yi's expression and shook her head with a bitter smile. "Anyway, I have already become like this. In order to survive, there is no other way. I actually do not want to live, but I want to do something for our high before I die. Even if it is just to save a few medicinal pills for him and ask someone to bring them over, it can make up for what I owe him. Otherwise, I will not be able to die in peace." After saying this, Qin Yu fell into silence again. At this moment, Lin Yi saw her look of despair and sighed. Although he did not agree with her choice, it was not her fault that she became like this. In a place like East Continent College, where the strong preyed on the weak, it was indeed difficult to survive without a strong backer and a strong background. In comparison, Wang Xinyan, Huang Xiaodao, and Hui Yudi were much luckier than her. Not to mention other things, at least they had a strong and protective master. Chapter 4960. Lin Yi couldn't help but rejoice when he thought of this. Fortunately, the 3 of them had good luck. Otherwise, who knows if the miserable experience of Qin Yu would repeat itself on them? This wasn't impossible. Thinking about Tian Chan and Sydney on Middle Island, they were living examples. After a long silence, Lin Yi let out a long breath and slowly said, "Okay, I know what happened to you. It's not your fault. You don't have to blame yourself too much." "Thank you, Master Lin." Qin Yu bowed slightly, but her expression didn't change much. For a woman like her, whether Lin Yi understood or misunderstood, it didn't matter much. Since the day she gave up, she no longer cared about her reputation. "However, I hope that you don't give up on yourself anymore. I will talk to Qing Danzi. In the future, he will be your backer. Also, if you encounter any trouble again, you can go to Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaodao. They won't just stand by and watch." Lin Yi paused and continued, "You are now an early-stage mysterious ascension master. When you go to the mysterious sea, it will be a brand new beginning. At that time, work hard and don't give up on yourself. Do you understand?" This. Qin Yu couldn't help but look at Lin Yi in shock. She thought that Lin Yi suddenly asked about her matters on a whim. She didn't expect that this high and mighty Master Lin would take the initiative to help her. For a moment, she didn't know how to react. "As for your matters, I will tell the truth to Jiankahai when I have the chance. I don't know what decision he will make, and of course, I won't interfere." Lin Yi sighed. One was an infatuated man, and the other was a bitter woman. From his standpoint, of course, he hoped that the 2 of them would have a good ending. However, this was obviously not something he could interfere with. Since ancient times, men have always valued a woman's reputation. Especially in a society like Heavenly Island, although Jiang Kahai was infatuated, He might give up after knowing about Qin Yu's matter. Thank you, Master Lin. I will never forget your great kindness. Qin Yu stood up and bowed to Lin Yi. Her face was a little livelier than before, but there was also some nervousness. Her originally dead state of mind had a slight ripple. But even so, she actually didn't have much hope for the future. She was already a withered willow, and she was already satisfied to be able to do something for her lover. As for anything else, she really didn't dare to ask for more. Once there was hope, there would be greater disappointment and even despair in the end. She didn't want to die again. Lin Yi didn't say much. Qin Yu was suffering from a mental illness, and it needed medication to treat it. Only when she got over it herself could everything get better. I know you want revenge. Work hard. There will come a day when you can take revenge with your own hands. Lin Yi paused, looked at her and said, that Zheng Tianguang you mentioned, if I wanted to crush him, it would be as easy as flipping my hand. But I can help you once, but I can't help you forever. He is a knot in your heart, and only you can untie it yourself. Yes. Qin Yu nodded silently. All right, in the future, whether you pull yourself together or continue to sink, it's all up to you. Go back. Lin Yi said to send her off. Qin Yu looked deeply at Lin Yi, nodded heavily, and left the room. However, before she could take a few steps, the two male disciples who had an ambiguous relationship with her before had already surrounded her. It was Qi Dong and Chen Qiong. Although their backgrounds weren't as deep as Bao Zuoliang's, they could still be considered the second generation of cultivation. What's going on? When did he take a fancy to you? Qi Dong came up to her with a nervous expression. That's right, isn't it enough for him to have beauties like Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaodao? Don't tell me he won't let go of a broken flower like you. Isn't that too lustful? Chen Qiong complained in a low voice. Qin Yu looked at the two with disgust, and remembered what Lin Yi had said. She immediately said coldly, don't come looking for me in the future. Don't interfere with each other's business, or else don't blame me for being impolite. Ah! Qi Dong and Chen Qiong froze at the same time as they stared at the woman in disbelief. Qin Yu used to be very obedient in front of them, and as long as they gave her training resources, she wouldn't object no matter what they asked her to do. She'd do whatever she wanted, so why was she turning her back on them after just one time? You little hussy, what nonsense are you talking about? You don't want cultivation resources anymore? Or do you want us to find a few people to gang rape you? Qi Dong immediately threatened in an evil tone. Don't think that you can escape from us just because you're at the early profound ascension stage. Let me tell you, with your little strength in the Morningstar Academy, you will forever be trampled on by us, unless you can find a strong backer. Chen Qiong snorted coldly. In this tyrant's path trial, the two of them, like most of the other Morningstar disciples, did not succeed in breaking through to the profound ascension stage. Other than their lack of strength, they were also unlucky enough to meet a freak like Lin Yi. Hence, the two of them were naturally inferior to Qin Yu, who was at the early profound ascension stage. They could only use their backer to scare Qin Yu into submission. From now on, I won't let you touch even a finger of mine. If you don't believe me, feel free to try. Qin Yu looked at the two of them coldly, and then turned to leave. Qi Dong and Chen Qiong looked at Qin Yu's back with an ugly expression, not daring to move at all. In that instant, they felt something they had never felt before from Qin Yu, a killing intent. If it was any other Morningstar disciple, even if they had the strength, they might not dare to kill the two of them. But Qin Yu was different. She was a woman with a dead heart. She could do anything without fear. Back then, she was willing to give up on herself, and now that she had the intention to rebel, she would naturally be unrestrained. Would such a woman not dare to kill? Damn it! This little hussy is going against the heavens. When we get back, we must make her suffer. Isn't she just at the early profound ascension stage? What's so great about her? Chen Qiong spat fiercely, and turned to look at Qi Dong. With our background, it'll be easy to find a few experts outside the academy in Morningstar City. Qi Dong, do you want to do it? HMPH, no. Qi Dong shook his head decisively. Why? I remember that you're quite brave. When did you become so cowardly that you're even afraid of a profound ascension stage hussy? Chen Qiong said in surprise. I'm brave, but I'm not stupid. Qi Dong looked at him and curled his lips. Of course, there's no need to be afraid of a mere Qin Yu. But now that she has Lin Yi on her side, are you afraid? Chapter 4961. It could even be said that in front of Lin Yi, he didn't even have the right to speak. With just a glance of dissatisfaction, he would die a horrible death. Moreover, Lin Yi didn't even need to do it himself. His father would have already kidnapped him to apologize. A big shot like Lin Yi wouldn't be interested in such a broken shoe, right? Chen Qiong frowned. The difference between Lin Yi and Qin Yu was like heaven and earth, and Lin Yi didn't lack women by his side. Wang Xinyan, Huang Xiaodao, and even Hui Yudi from the Morning Pride Academy. Which one of them wasn't better than Qin Yu? How did these two end up together? I don't think so, but you saw it too. He just called that coquettish hussy to his room. Who knows if he'll suddenly have a taste? Qi Dong shrugged helplessly. This. Chen Qiong was terrified. If Qin Yu really managed to get a super big backer like Lin Yi, even if it was just once, they definitely couldn't provoke her again. Otherwise, if they really made Lin Yi unhappy, they wouldn't even know how they died. But the two of them had been with Qin Yu for so long, and they were extremely unwilling to let her go just like that. To be honest, they were still very infatuated with Qin Yu. After all, in terms of beauty, Qin Yu was considered first class. Even if she couldn't compare to Wang Xinyan, she wasn't too far off. In the entire Morning Star Academy, there really weren't many beauties that could compare to her. Let's wait and see. I reckon that Lin Yi won't stay in our academy for too long. When he leaves, the tea will cool down. At that time, Qin Yu still won't be able to escape from our palms, Qi Dong said in a low voice. That's all we can do for now. Chen Qiong nodded in agreement. Naturally, no one heard the conversation between the two of them hiding in the corner. In fact, even if Lin Yi heard it, he wouldn't care. With Qing Dan's protection and Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao's help, if Qin Yu still couldn't get rid of them, it could only mean that she was too weak. Even Lin Yi couldn't help her in every aspect. She could only rely on herself in the future. The next morning, the Morning Star Academy's treasured ship was bustling with activity. Li Ren was leading a group of Morning Star disciples to pack up. Prepare to set sail immediately. Although Lin Yi had told him to spread the rumor that he was going to the Morning Star Academy earlier to lure the enemy, he could not go back on his word. Since the rumor had been spread, he had to carry it out seriously. Furthermore, he did not manage to kill Chang Mingui last night, and being able to return to Morning Star Academy a few days earlier was a good thing for Lin Yi, as he did not have to stay here in fear. The departure of the treasured ship was not something that could be done with just a roar. All kinds of preparation work were very complicated, especially since the defensive array had just been repaired. He still needed some time to test it. Otherwise, if he were to recklessly head out to sea only to discover that the protective formation had failed, then he would be in big trouble. Lin Yi was chatting with Xinyan and the girls on the deck as they made their final preparations. It was then that Zhuang Yifan boarded the ship himself, cupping his hands. Master Lin, your earth-solidifying pill is truly effective. I can't thank you enough. Oh. Lin Yi looked him up and down again, noticing that Zhuang Yifan's complexion was much better than before, and he no longer looked like he was suffering from a lack of blood. It seemed that after taking the earth-solidifying pill last night, his injuries had completely healed. Not only that, but Zhuang Yifan's aura now seemed to be restless, a sign that he was not far from breaking through. If it were not for such a strong foundation, Zhuang Yifan would not have forcefully broken through to the peak of the late stage of the Earth creation realm. Now that the Earth-solidifying pill had healed the old injuries in his body, and at the same time, it had greatly stabilized his strength. Who knew, he might be able to advance even further in a short period of time. Then I really have to congratulate President Zhuang. You have made great progress. Congratulations. Lin Yi cupped his hands with a smile. It's all Master Lin's credit. If it were not for you, how could I have gotten rid of such a huge threat? Master Lin is really my benefactor. Zhuang Yifan laughed. President Zhuang, you are too kind, Lin Yi said lightly. Not at all. Speaking of which, I am very ashamed. Master Lin helped me so much, but I can't give him anything in return. Just thinking about it makes me feel ashamed. Zhuang Yifan smiled bitterly. In the Mystic Sea region, asking any Mystic Level 1 alchemist to refine pills for him would require a huge price. This price could not be measured in spirit jades. Most of the time, one could only barter, or do something for the other party to repay. Zhuang Yifan received the earth-solidifying pill from Lin Yi, but he did not give him the corresponding treasure, nor did he specifically do anything for Lin Yi. In fact, it was against the rules. You are too kind. Compared to refining pills, President Shuang has helped me a lot more. I will remember it all, and I dare not forget it, Lin Yi said seriously. He was not just being polite. Not only did Zhuang Yifan help him suppress the crime of causing trouble in the Alliance's territory, he also stopped Chang Minggui at the banquet yesterday. On top of that, he also promised to matchmake the Chen Xing and Chen Jiao academies. With so many things added together, it was more than enough to make up for the price of one earth-solidifying pill. These small things are not worth mentioning. How can they be compared to something as important as refining pills? Master Lin, please don't embarrass me. Zhuang Yifan pretended to be ashamed, but in reality, he was very happy. These were all small things he'd done in passing, but each and every one of them counted as a favor, and the weight of it all added up wasn't light at all. Lin Yi remembered him, and that in itself was already a benefit to him. Hehe, these are small things in President Shuang's eyes, but to me, it is a matter of life and death. Don't be too humble, President Shuang. Lin Yi smiled. It's not that I'm being humble, but Master Lin is being too polite. Zhuang Yifan was now determined to build a good relationship with Lin Yi. His attitude was very humble and sincere. After all, this was not an ordinary mystic first-level alchemist, but an alchemist who had the chance to become a mystic second-level alchemist. He still had many things to rely on in the future. Alright, we don't have to be so polite anymore, it's too distant. I feel like we've known each other for a long time, why don't we be friends from the same generation? What do you think, Headmaster Zhuang? Lin Yi suggested. Good, good. Master Lin's words are exactly what I wanted. To have a friend like you, Master Lin, is my honor. Zhuang Yifan was overjoyed. President Shuang, that's not right. I just said that we'll be friends, and you're being polite again. Lin Yi laughed and shook his head. He pretended to be angry. Friends should be straightforward. President Shuang, if you continue like this, I won't be able to be friends with you. Chapter 4962. That's more like it. Since we're friends, we can't just call each other Master Lin anymore. From now on, President Shuang, you can call me by my full name, or you can call me little brother, Lin Yi said with a smile. Alright, I'll call you Brother Lin then, but since that's the case, you don't have to call me Chairman Zhuang anymore since we're of the same senior, just call me Big Bro Zhuang. How's that? Zhuang Yifan took advantage of the situation. You've always been the big bro, Lin Yi laughed heartily. The two were trying to get closer to each other, and in just a few sentences, they were already calling each other brother. Zhuang Yifan was many times older than Lin Yi, but he always maintained the appearance of a young man, and the two really did look like brothers when they stood together. After getting closer to Lin Fan, Zhuang Yifan didn't try to hide anything anymore and said directly, Brother Lin, there's something I've wanted to ask you since last night, but I was afraid it would be rude. Since we're friends now, I'll be frank with you. How confident are you in breaking through to become a mystic second-level alchemist? That's hard to say. Although I feel like I'm 70 to 80% confident, it's hard to say until I succeed. Don't you think so, Big Bro Zhuang? Lin Yi smiled faintly. That's true. Zhuang Yifan nodded. He couldn't help but feel overjoyed at Lin Yi's confidence. 80% confident, didn't that mean he had a high chance of success? If anyone else had boasted like this, Zhuang Yifan would have scoffed at it, but Lin Yi was different. The earth fortification pill from before had already proven his skills, not to mention that he was the disciple of the Dan god Zhongliju. Breaking through to the second level of the mystic class was just a matter of time. It wasn't something to be surprised about. From what Big Bro Zhuang said, do you need a mystic second level pill? Lin Yi asked. That's right. I won't hide it from you. After taking your earth consolidating pill, I've recovered to my peak. I'm only one step away from breaking through to the peak of the late stage of the Earth-opening realm. After that, I'll be at the great completion of the Earth-opening realm, Zhuang Yifan admitted. That's a good thing. Once you reach Earth Creation Great Circle, Big Brother Zhuang will be able to attack the sea-splitting stage. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel eager when he said that. Reaching the sea-splitting stage meant that it was not far from the 5-poison flood dragon and the giant electric eel that he had seen before. It was a pity that Lin Yi himself was only at the early profound ascension stage. Not to mention the sea-splitting stage, he was still a long way from the mountain opening stage. Yes, that is indeed the case. However, it is very difficult to break through to the sea-splitting stage by relying on your own strength. You will also need the assistance of medicinal pills. Zhuang Yifan frowned slightly. What pill? As far as I know, after reaching the nascent soul stage, medicinal pills are no longer able to be used to break through to the next realm, right? Lin Yi asked curiously. The medicinal pill I am talking about is called the Sea Giant Pill. It is not used to break through the barrier. In fact, it is just a kind of auxiliary medicinal pill, just like the Profound Thunder Pill. Zhuang Yifan saw that Lin Yi didn't quite understand, so he explained, when you break through to the Profound Ascension stage, you need to use the Profound Thunder Pill to resist the Thunder Tribulation, but it is not necessary to use the Profound Thunder Pill. If you are strong enough, you can rely on your own strength to endure it. The same goes for the Sea Giant Pill. It is not necessary, but it can make the breakthrough smoother, that's all. Lin Yi was a little stunned. In other words, the Sea Giant Pill itself could not be used to break through to the sea-splitting stage. The entire process of breaking through still depended on personal strength. The Sea Giant Pill was just like the Profound Thunder Pill, it could provide a better breakthrough environment. So, is it possible that when breaking through to the sea-splitting stage, there will also be Heaven's wrath like the Thunder Tribulation? Lin Yi asked. That's not it. Once Heaven's wrath is enough. How could it come every time? Otherwise, wouldn't the heavens be too busy? Zhuang Yifan smiled and explained, the Sea Giant Pill is not used to resist Heaven's wrath. It is a miraculous medicinal pill used to transform our physical body. It can transform our Dantian into a wider Danci, and this Danci is the first step to breaking through to the sea-splitting stage. So that's how it is. Then this Danci can only be formed by taking the Sea Giant Pill? Lin Yi asked again. During this time, the ghost had been in seclusion, so he had no one to ask this question to. He could only keep Zhuang Yifan. Not necessarily. In fact, even if we don't use the Sea Giant Pill, we can still use our own strength to transform it bit by bit. However, this process is very difficult and long. If we are a little lacking in talent and willpower, it will be very difficult to succeed. Some people, even if they succeed in the end, will miss the opportunity to break through because it takes too long. They will never be able to break through again in their lifetime. But by taking the Sea Giant Pill, we can skip this long stage. Zhuang Yifan patiently answered every question. Thank you, Big Brother Zhuang, for answering my question. Presumably, this Sea Giant Pill should be a mystic second-rank pill, right? Lin Yi guessed. That's right. This kind of pill can't be bought in the entire Yellow Class C. We can only prepare the materials and ask someone to help us refine it. However, it is very difficult to find a mystic second-rank pill master. Even in the Mystic Class C, they are very rare existences, let alone in the Yellow Class C. So I can only place my hopes on you, Big Brother Lin. Zhuang Yifan smiled bitterly. Looking at the entire Yellow Class C, there was only one mystic first-rank pill master, Zhong Zili. Now that he was beaten half to death by Lin Yi, Zhuang Yifan couldn't find anyone to help him. As for going to the Mystic Class C to find someone, it wasn't impossible, but the problem was that he didn't know any mystic second-rank pill masters. Why would they help him refine pills for no reason? So, Lin Yi, who was about to break through to the mystic second-rank pill master, became his only hope. This was the original reason why he was so polite to Lin Yi. Otherwise, as a great master in the late stage of the Earth-opening realm, even if he was polite, he wouldn't put himself in such a low position. At least, he wouldn't call Lin Yi a brother. Since Big Brother Zhuang values me so much, then I must not let Big Brother Zhuang down. When I successfully break through to the Mystic second rank one day, Big Brother Zhuang's sea giant pill will be on me. Lin Yi immediately promised. He believed that with the conditions of the godly armament cauldron, refining the sea giant pill shouldn't be difficult. First the solid earth pill, then the sea giant pill. In this way, Zhuang Yifan would definitely value him more. At that time, Zhuang Yifan might already be a master in the sea splitting stage. This was a real super help. How could Lin Yi let it go? Chapter 4963. Thank you, Brother Zhuang. Lin Yi was also overjoyed. If he had gotten Zhuang Yifan's promise last night, he wouldn't have needed to spend so much effort to plot against Chang Minggui, and he wouldn't have failed in the end. As long as Zhuang Yifan was willing to make a move, even 10 Chang Minggui wouldn't be enough to kill him. But thinking about it, it was only because Zhuang Yifan had taken the earth-solid pill that this could happen. This was human nature. Haha, since the first time we met, I've felt regret for not having met earlier. Now this feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Come, let's have a drink to celebrate. At the same time, we can also send Brother Lin off, Zhuang Yifan suggested. Okay, I'll get someone to arrange it. Lin Yi immediately called Li Ren over. Since they hadn't left the port yet, he might as well strike while the iron was hot and get closer to Zhuang Yifan. After all, he would be a powerful ally in the future. But before the food and wine were served, there was a commotion outside the ship. The familiar howling wind from last night came again. Lin Yi and Zhuang Yifan were startled. Could it be that Chang Minggui had returned? Lin brat, come out and accept your death. A ferocious voice echoed outside the ship. It was indeed Chang Minggui. When Lin Yi heard this voice, he wasn't surprised. Instead, he was happy. He was worried that this guy wouldn't leave him alone. He didn't expect him to deliver himself to his doorstep. Coincidentally, Zhuang Yifan had just threatened him, so this guy was simply there to test Zhuang Yifan. Let's go out and take a look. Zhuang Yifan's face darkened, and he immediately led the way out of the cabin. At this time, there was a giant ghost-eyed golden eagle hovering in the air with Chang Minggui standing on its back. Apart from him, there was another person, a middle-aged man with long hair and a black beard. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi, Liu Ziyu, and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. Chang Minggui himself was not someone to be trifled with, but the middle-aged man standing next to him had an aura that was far above his own. The feeling he gave off wasn't that of a mountain-opening master at all, but an earth-opening master on the same level as Zhuang Yifan. Chang Tianwen. Zhuang Yifan's eyelids twitched, and he called out the middle-aged man's name. Hihi, it's been many years. How have you been, Zhuang Yifan? Chang Tianwen's face was filled with mockery and complacency. It seemed like the two of them had some sort of conflict before. At the very least, they were definitely not on the same path. Why are you here instead of staying in the Xian Grade Sea region? This is the territory of the Golden Step Academy Alliance. According to the rules, you have to notify us before you enter. Don't you think it's a bit rude to barge in like this? Zhuang Yifan said in a low voice. After so many years, President Zhuang is still as heartless as ever. For people at our level, what use are these rules? Lin Yi was Tianwen. Lin Yi. Zhuang Chen him, Zhuang, Chen Yi, Yifan, and he said. Lin, Chang Chen Yifan, who was Yi, who, Chen. With Chen, Lin Chen, Chen, and Lin Chen, and T have the Lin. Hearing this, Lin Yi and the others realized that this person was Chang Minggui's brother. Chang Minggui was looking for his parents after suffering a loss. As expected, mountain opening late-stage experts were people too, and they thought the same as ordinary people. This is their own personal fight, and it was clearly stated in advance that the Academy's alliance does not need to interfere, nor can we. They can only blame themselves for being weak if they suffer a loss. Who else can they blame? Zhuang Yifan snorted mercilessly. Blame themselves? That's what you mean, right? But I don't believe it. A mere mysterious ascending stage can defeat a mountain-opening early-stage expert. This is unheard of in the Xian Grade Sea region. Could it be that there are more hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this small place? I suspect that you, Zhuang Yifan, are behind this. Chang Tianwen sneered. Is that so? Looks like you're not here to seek justice, but to stir up trouble. However, I'm curious about one thing. Back in the Mystic Sea, you were my defeated opponent. Where did you get the confidence to stir up trouble in my territory? Did you break through again? Zhuang Yifan stared coldly at Chang Tianwen. Chang Tianwen shook his head. Chang Tianwen's expression was one of disbelief. Hearing this, Chang Tianwen's face darkened. Losing to Zhuang Yifan in the Xian Grade C region was the greatest humiliation of his life. It was a scar that no one could open. H, don't try to deceive yourself with stupid words like I lost to you. If I hadn't underestimated my opponent, how could you, Zhuang Yifan, become the Academy Alliance leader? Chang Tianwen curled his lips in disdain. If that's the case, then I have to thank you for showing mercy back then. Zhuang Yifan sneered. Chang Tianwen's face darkened. Chang Tianwen's expression became more and more unsightly. He had always felt that he was stronger than Zhuang Yifan, be it in terms of background or strength. Back then, when people compared the two of them, he was dismissive and even said that Zhuang Yifan was no match for him. In the end, after they fought, he found out that he was no match for Zhuang Yifan. The mocking looks from the crowd at that time still made him feel extremely humiliated, and he took it to heart. After becoming the Academy Alliance leader, your strength didn't improve, but your mouth has become a lot sharper. Congratulations. Chang Tianwen sneered and said, this Lin kid is mine today. Zhuang Yifan, if you're not the one behind this, you won't stop me, right? After all, according to what you just said, this is a private matter between him and us, isn't it? Whether it's a private matter or not, it's not up to you to decide. My brother Lin has to say it himself. As long as he doesn't agree, then he will be a part of the Academy Alliance. I can guarantee that you won't be able to touch him, Zhuang Yifan said lightly. Brother Lin. You, Zhuang Yifan, are a late-stage Earth Creation Realm Master, and you're talking to a kid as your peer? Don't you feel ashamed? Chang Tianwen laughed. Seeing that Zhuang Yifan was still unmoved, Chang Tianwen said coldly, so you're protecting him? That's right. Zhuang Yifan nodded without hesitation. Even if he didn't have a grudge with Chang Tianwen, there was no way he would let Lin Yi fall into Chang Tianwen's hands. After all, Lin Yi was his biggest hope of breaking through to the sea-splitting realm. Then there's nothing more to say. I didn't want to take advantage of you, but you forced my hand. Chang Tianwen laughed. As soon as he finished speaking, a monstrous pressure suddenly pressed down from the sky. The huge Morningstar treasure ship sank, and a large part of it was pressed down by this incomparably powerful pressure. The originally calm sea became turbulent. Chapter 4964. Alright, I'll wash away my shame today and let you see what I, Chang Tianwen, am capable of. Chang Tianwen laughed and chased after him. Both of them were experts in the late stage of the earth-opening realm. Once they got serious, their power would definitely be able to destroy heaven and earth. Not to mention the dock beneath their feet, even the entire Thunder Plain Island would be affected. That was a consequence that neither of them could afford to bear. Hence, the two of them could only fight on the vast sea. Only there could they display their strength without any worries. The two of them quickly disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving only Chang Mingui and Lin Yi's group. Town leader Chang, the two of them have already made their move. Shouldn't we fight again? We didn't fight to our heart's content last night, right? Lin Yi raised his head and looked at Chang Mingui. Chimph, you'll die later. There's no need to be so impatient. Chang Mingui's expression was unmoved. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Yi, but not now. After all, news of what had happened here would spread out very quickly, and the mountain opening stage experts from the Alliance's guard team would arrive very soon. If Liu Ziyu, a middle mountain opening stage expert, was added to the mix, he would not even have the slightest chance of victory, and he might not even be able to escape. The arrogant and despotic town leader Chang also has times when you're afraid. Could it be that you're afraid that your clan brother won't be able to defeat President Zhuang, so you're afraid that he'll come back to settle the score? Lin Yi smiled lightly. Kid, don't be too happy yet. Since I specifically asked my clan brother to come here, then my clan brother naturally has the confidence to deal with Zhuang Yifan. Once Zhuang Yifan is defeated, Your life or death will be in my hands. If I were you, I wouldn't waste my saliva trying to be brave. Instead, I'd quickly think about how to plead for mercy later. Chang Mingui smiled coldly. From what you've said, town leader Chang seems to have a lot of confidence in your clan brother. But from what the two of them said just now, how could he have been defeated by President Zhuang back then? Lin Yi said lightly. That was then, and this is now. My clan brother was defeated once, but that doesn't mean he will be defeated again. Chang Mingui looked down at Lin Yi and said, You people don't know yet, but Zhuang Yifan and my brother are both late-stage earth-opening experts. But this time, Zhuang Yifan will lose because he is injured. How did you know? Lin Yi looked at him with interest. This kind of thing was top secret, and Zhuang Yifan would not easily reveal it. Otherwise, his enemies would come knocking on his door, and Lin Yi would have a headache. Hehe, this kind of thing only benefits me, so there's no harm in telling you. Zhuang Yifan asked my wife to concoct the Earth Consolidation Pill, which is a Mystic Level 1 pill specifically used for healing injuries. If he wasn't injured, why would he spend so much money to hire someone to concoct such an obscure pill? Zhuang Yifan said proudly. So that's how it is. No wonder Commander Chang is so confident. Lin Yi smiled, then looked at him and said, But I have bad news. President Zhuang told me today that his injuries have all healed, and he has returned to his peak condition. I'm afraid your plan is too late. Bullshit. His injuries can only be cured with the Earth Consolidation Pill, and my wife is the only Mystic Level 1 alchemist in the entire Yellow Class C. Where did he get the Earth Consolidation Pill? Kid, even if you want to bluff, you better use your brain first. Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? Chang Mingui looked at Lin Yi as if he was looking at an idiot. Oh. Does Commander Chang not know that I am a Mystic Level alchemist? Lin Yi pretended to be surprised. You? Chang Mingui was stunned. He really didn't know about this. His first reaction was that this kid was just bluffing. He immediately sneered, How can a little kid like you be a mystic grade first level alchemist? Kid, don't make me laugh. I really didn't think that Mayor Chang would be so uninformed. Even if you haven't heard of this, don't you think it's strange that someone of Guild Master Zhuang's level would treat a junior like me so differently? Lin Yi smiled, not minding it at all. Ah! Chang Mingui was stunned. To be honest, he also thought it was strange that Zhuang Yifan would be so protective of this unknown kid. Rumor had it that he was from the North Island. Before, he thought he was a relative of Zhuang Yifan, but now it seemed that he was a first-level mystic stage alchemist. Hee, I don't need anyone to prove that I'm telling the truth. We'll know once we wait here. Lin Yi smiled faintly as he ordered Li Ren to set up a table on the deck. He called Xinyan and the girls over to have breakfast, completely disregarding Chang Mingui, a late-phase mountain master, in his eyes. Chang Mingui was so angry that he almost fell off the ghost-eyed golden eagle's back. After a while, he snorted, Then we'll see. The atmosphere was tense, but neither Lin Yi nor Chang Mingui had the intention to fight the other head-on. They could only engage in a meaningless war of words, because they knew that the decision wasn't up to them. Once Zhuang Yifan and Chang Tianwen finished their fight, the dust would settle on their side as well. Of course, there was another important reason why they weren't fighting right now, and that was that neither of them had enough confidence in taking down the other. Chang Mingui didn't dare take the risk of being surrounded by the Alliance's guards, while Lin Yi was purely at his wits' end. At least from last night's exchange, he and Liu Ziyu weren't a threat to Chang Mingui with their strength. The two sides fell into a stalemate. Lin Yi brought the girls to eat and chat, while Chang Mingui could only watch from the sky. Half an hour later, Zhuang Yifan and Chang Tianwen suddenly appeared in the sky above the crowd. There were no signs of injury on their bodies, but their auras were completely different. Zhuang Yifan was still as calm as ever, while Chang Tianwen was clearly in a state of confusion. It was obvious that he was at a disadvantage in the earlier exchange. Brother, how is it? Chang Mingui asked quickly. Let's go. Chang Tianwen's face was pale. He used his pure energy to wrap up the ghost-eyed golden eagle and Chang Mingui, disappearing into the thick clouds. Congratulations, Brother Zhuang. It looks like you've won. Lin Yi smiled at Zhuang Yifan. Chapter 4965. Thank you for helping me out, Brother Zhuang. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have died today. Lin Yi cupped his hands in gratitude. He could still think of a way to trick Chang Mingui, but against someone like Chang Tianwen, even the most exquisite of schemes would be useless. Chang Tianwen could kill you with just a finger, so what was the use of schemes? Brother Lin, what are you talking about? With our relationship, do you think I'd just sit back and do nothing? Zhuang Yifan waved his hand and sighed. It's a pity that I can't help you take care of Chang Mingui today. Chang Tianwen is a late-stage Earth creation expert, after all. Even if I could defeat him, I wouldn't dare to kill him. Otherwise, if he were to fight to the death, all of you would be in trouble. I can't take that risk. It's fine. I'm already very grateful that Brother Zhuang could help me survive today. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. He was determined to leave the eastern continent as soon as possible. If Chang Mingui and Chang Tianwen made a comeback, none of the experts he knew would be able to stop them except for Zhuang Yifan. Even the Morning Star 3 would be useless. Only by leaving the eastern continent would they be able to survive. Yes, but you don't have to worry too much. I've already sent word to Chang Tianwen. If he dares to touch you, I'll personally go to the Mystic Sea and fight him for another 300 rounds. I believe he won't do anything in the short term. However, it's hard to say for Chang Mingui. He's arrogant and unruly, and he suffered a great loss at your hands. I don't think he'll give up just like that. You have to be careful in the future, Zhuang Yifan reminded. Thank you, Brother Zhuang. Lin Yi nodded. At this time, Li Ren came to report that everything was ready, and they could set sail at any time. Lin Yi immediately bid farewell to Zhuang Yifan. Zhuang Yifan had wanted to ask Lin Yi to stay for a few more days, but the situation was different now. Every day that Lin Yi stayed here meant that he would be in more danger when he returned in the future, so Zhuang Yifan did not urge him to stay. Apart from that, Lin Yi had another matter to attend to, which was to bid farewell to Liu Ziyu and Hua Yudi. Although Zhuang Yifan had stepped forward to vouch for them, and the reconciliation between the Morning Star and Morning Pride Academies was already set in stone, the two of them could not just follow Lin Yi to the Morning Star Academy. Moreover, Liu Ziyu was the person in charge of the Morning Pride Academy's team, and could only return after all the disciples of the Morning Pride Academy had gathered. However, according to Lin Yi's plan, after he returned to the Morning Star Academy to settle some matters, he would soon return to the Soaring Cloud Academy and the Morning Pride Academy before leaving the Eastern Continent. Therefore, it wouldn't be long before they met again, so he wouldn't be too reluctant to part with Hua Yudi. Everything was ready. Under the gazes of Zhuang Yifan and the others, the Morning Star treasure ship slowly set sail amidst the low and melodious bugle call. At the same time, on the back of the ghost-eyed golden condor, Chang Mingui finally mustered up the courage to ask carefully, "Clan brother, did you fight with Zhuang Yifan?" Chang Tianwen snorted, instantly angered at the mention of this matter. He pointed at Chang Mingui's nose and said angrily, "What did you say to me before? You said that Zhuang Yifan was injured, and that it was so serious that he had to use a solid earth pill to stabilize his cultivation level. But when I fought with him just now, I found that he was in peak condition, and even stronger than before. How do you explain that?" This time, he agreed to fight Zhuang Yifan on the condition that Zhuang Yifan was injured. Otherwise, he knew that he was no match for Zhuang Yifan, and he wouldn't have come all the way from the Mystic Sea region to get beaten up. This time, he was completely tricked by Chang Mingui. "Calm down, clan brother. I didn't think of this either. Zhuang Yifan tried every possible way to get my wife to help him refine the solid earth pill. Who would have thought that the Lin brat was also a mystic first-rank alchemist? Zhuang Yifan already obtained the solid earth pill from him, and his injuries suddenly healed." Chang Mingui said weakly with his head drooped. Luckily this is his territory, and Zhuang Yifan was afraid that I would destroy his alliance branch. Otherwise, he would have been in deep trouble this time. You didn't even get such important information. You can't do anything right, but you're more than good at spoiling things. Chang Tianwen glared at him with dissatisfaction. "Calm down, clan brother. This time, it was indeed my fault. I've caused you trouble." Chang Mingui quickly apologized. Seeing that Chang Tianwen's expression had eased a little, he carefully said, "In the end, this time, it was Lin Yi's fault. If he didn't refine the solid earth pill for Zhuang Yifan, how could Zhuang Yifan be your opponent? According to what you've said, that brat really is a talent. He's a mystic first-rank alchemist at such a young age, and he can even defeat a mountain-opening early-stage expert at the Mystic Ascendant early stage. This brat is extraordinary. If we don't nip him in the bud, you'll be in big trouble in the future." Chang Tianwen nodded. "Clan brother, you're right. That's why I don't think this matter can be dragged on. But it looks like that brat will return to Morningstar Academy soon. Should we chase after him and kill him?" Chang Minggui suggested. "That's your own business. What are you talking to me about?" Chang Tianwen glanced at him, as if he had nothing to do with it. I need you to help me with this. I can't handle it alone. Even though Morningstar Academy doesn't have a master like Zhuang Yifan, the 3 Morningstar leaders are not to be trifled with. I have no chance of winning against the 3 of them alone. I need you to suppress them. Otherwise, we can only watch that brat Lin Yi get away with it." Chang Minggui begged. "If you can't even handle such a small matter, what use do you have?" Chang Tianwen looked at him and said in the same tone, "I can still help you deal with Zhuang Yifan. He's an earth-opening late-stage expert after all. You want me to lower myself to deal with a Mystic Ascendant early-stage brat? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? You may be shameless, but I'm not." But Chang Minggui wanted to argue. After all, he didn't have the confidence to face the 3 Morningstar leaders alone, no matter how arrogant he was. "No buts. This matter ends here. As for whether or not you can kill that Lin Yi, that's your own business. It has nothing to do with me. Do you understand what I mean?" Chang Tianwen frowned. Chang Minggui choked for a moment, then finally nodded. Since Chang Tianwen was determined not to help him deal with Lin Yi, he could only rely on himself. No matter what, he had to find an opportunity to try. Otherwise, he would not be satisfied. 3 days later, Lin Yi and the others returned to Morningstar Academy without any incident. Ling Yuanqing led the higher-ups of the academy to put on the grandest display to welcome them. Among them, Lin Yi was undoubtedly the protagonist. Chapter 4966. If it was in the past, even if Ling Yuanqing wasn't angry at such a terrible result, he wouldn't be in the mood to personally welcome them. But this time was different. Although the result of the trial wasn't ideal, because of Lin Yi, the benefits that Morningstar Academy received were much greater than the path of the tyrant trier. Needless to say, just the fact that Morningstar Academy was able to sit at the main table at the celebration banquet was already a huge credit to Lin Yi. This meant that Morningstar Academy would receive the support of Zhuang Yifan, and becoming a super golden class academy was only a matter of time. This was something that Ling Yuanqing hadn't been able to do for decades. Other than that, the news of Lin Yi asking Zhuang Yifan to speak up for the 2 academies had spread as well. While it was inevitable that there would be all sorts of discussions within the academies, it was still a great achievement no matter what. Anyone with foresight could see that this was a win-win situation for both academies, and it was a rare occasion for both academies. "Master Lin, you've worked hard this time. On behalf of everyone, I thank you for everything you've done for Morningstar Academy. You'll always be our benefactor," Ling Yuanqing said emotionally. "Dean Ling, you're too kind. I've been troubling the academy for so long, it's only right that I do something for the academy." Lin Yi said humbly. "Master Lin, I have a presumptuous request. I'd like you to be the honorary dean of Morningstar Academy. Would you be willing?" Ling Yuanqing suddenly suggested. This. Lin Yi, Wang Xinyan, and Huang Xiaodao looked at each other. There were quite a few people here who were related to him. It wouldn't be a bad thing to have the title of an honorary dean. He hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Since Dean Ling is so kind, then it would be impolite of me to refuse. All right, I've already prepared a celebration banquet. It's to celebrate Master Lin's achievements, and also to celebrate the new honorary dean. Master Lin, please," Ling Yuanqing said immediately. "Dean Ling, please." Lin Yi nodded with a smile. He could clearly see that Ling Yuanqing's attitude had become more polite this time. He felt a little helpless, but he knew that this was unavoidable. After all, even someone like Zhuang Yifan had to treat him as an equal. How could Ling Yuanqing continue to be arrogant? Otherwise, even if he didn't object, Zhuang Yifan's expression would probably be ugly. What comforted Lin Yi, however, was that the divine nun of the East Sea's attitude towards him hadn't changed at all. After all, she was a peaceful monk, and also Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao's teacher. If even the divine nun of the East Sea changed her attitude, Lin Yi would really be in trouble. At the celebration banquet, other than Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaodao, the three powerhouses of the Morning Star Academy and Qing Danzi were at the same table with Lin Yi. Li Ren, as the leader of the libation, was also at the last seat. He didn't have the right, but he had done a great service, so it was a reward. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lin Yi suddenly asked Qing Danzi, who was sitting on his left, "Qing Danzi, have you solved the problem you encountered with alchemy?" "It's solved, it's completely solved. The last few times I've refined pills, it hasn't happened again." "Master, you really have a good eye. I've learned a lot," Qing Danzi said excitedly. He couldn't be blamed for being so excited. He had only followed Lin Yi's instructions and changed a small habit, and his success rate immediately increased by several times. It was equivalent to decades of hard work. Having an expert to guide you really made a difference. He was originally the chief alchemist of the academy, and now that the problem was solved, he could become one of the best among the 7th-rank alchemists. His next step was to look forward to becoming a mystic alchemist. Although there was a huge gap between a yellow-rank alchemist and a mystic alchemist, even if he reached the peak of the 7th rank, it didn't mean that he had the confidence to become a mystic alchemist. But this was the most basic prerequisite. If he couldn't even reach the peak of the 7th rank, then he couldn't even think about becoming a mystic alchemist. But now, Qing Danzi at least had the qualifications to fantasize about it. This in itself was a gratifying improvement. That's good. In the future, concentrate on practicing and simulating the alchemy fire of various elements. This is the most important basic skill to become a mystic alchemist. You can't be careless. This was Lin Yi's own experience from refining the solid earth pill a few days ago. Although he couldn't share the godly armament cauldron, he still had to teach him what he could. "Yes, thank you, Master, for your teachings. This disciple will remember it." Qing Danzi was overjoyed. Although he had long believed that Lin Yi was a mystic alchemist, he never thought that he would be able to receive Lin Yi's wholehearted teachings so quickly. This really made him overjoyed. Before, Lin Yi's casual words had solved the problem that had troubled him for many years. Now, his words were full of gold. It had to be said that when he desperately wanted to be Lin Yi's disciple, it seemed unbelievably impulsive to others. But now it seemed that it was absolutely a wise and far-sighted move. "Oh right, is there an alchemist called Zheng Dongsheng in the academy?" Lin Yi asked. "Zheng Dongsheng?" Qing Danzi was a little surprised that Lin Yi would suddenly ask about this person. But he still answered truthfully, "Yes, there is such a person. He is our academy's number 2 alchemist. He is also a 7th-rank alchemist. It's just that he recently went out to visit his relatives, so he's not in the academy. So that's how it is." Lin Yi thought to himself. No wonder he had never seen this person before. Otherwise, if Zheng Dongsheng was really in the academy, he would have already come to pay his respect. After all, even the chief alchemist, Qing Danzi, had become his disciple, let alone a 2nd-rank alchemist like him. "Master, do you have any problems? Do you want me to find someone to call him back?" Qing Danzi asked. He was the chief alchemist, and could be considered the boss of all the alchemists in the academy. Even Zheng Dongsheng had to listen to his orders. Although they were both 7th-rank alchemists, their alchemy abilities differed greatly. Qing Danzi was at least 3 Zheng Dongshengs, otherwise he would not have been able to sit firmly in his position as the chief alchemist. "That's not necessary. I was just casually asking." Lin Yi waved his hand nonchalantly. With his current position, he could make Zheng Dongsheng suffer with just one word, but Lin Yi wasn't that domineering. First, Qin Yu's matter was related to Zheng Tianguang. As Zheng Tianguang's father, Zheng Dongsheng was at most not strict enough to discipline his son. Chapter 4967. Oh, Qing Danzi nodded thoughtfully and didn't ask any further. Qing Danzi, I'll be leaving the East Continent soon, so there's something I need to tell you, Lin Yi said. Qing Danzi wasn't surprised at all. In his eyes, even a mystic wouldn't be able to accommodate a god like Lin Yi, let alone a mere golden academy. A master like Lin Yi would have to be like the Dan god Zhongliju, a dragon that never showed its head or tail. That was the style of a master. Master, you're talking about the Hong commerce, right? No need to worry, I'll cooperate with shopkeeper Chai. I don't dare say much about other things, but in terms of high-grade elixirs, I can guarantee that no one in Morning Star City can beat him. Qing Danzi promised confidently. He indeed had this confidence, even without Lin Yi's guidance, he was still the chief elixir refiner, let alone now. All right, I'll have to trouble you with this. Lin Yi smiled and continued, but that's not what I need to tell you, there's something else I need to tell you. I have a friend here called Qinyu, and she was bullied before. She doesn't have a strong background, so I want you to take care of her. Yes, master. Qing Danzi agreed without hesitation, and after thinking for a while, he said, then do you want me to warn Zheng Dongsheng? After all, they were both smart people, and although Lin Yi didn't say it explicitly, he could guess that the bullying of Qin Yu had something to do with Zheng Dongsheng, or else Lin Yi wouldn't have asked this question. No need, you just need to take care of her, don't be distracted by these unnecessary things, work hard to become a mystic refiner. Lin Yi waved his hand, and added, Qin Yu is already at the early stages of profound ascension, and she won't be staying in Morningstar Academy for too long. Besides, Xin Yang and Xiao Dao will be helping her by her side. You just have to spread the news, and there shouldn't be any trouble. Yes, I understand. Qing Danzi nodded. After settling matters with Qing Danzi, Lin Yi bade farewell to the 3 Morningstar powerhouses. Ling Yuanqing and the others tried their best to persuade him to stay, but they also knew that Lin Yi had been targeted by Chong Mingui. Indeed, it was not convenient for him to stay for long, so they did not insist on him staying. They only asked Lin Yi to visit the Morningstar Academy when he was free. No matter what, he was still an honorary dean. In addition, Ling Yuanqing also gave Lin Yi a great benefit. That was the quota for the academy's disciples. According to what he said, Lin Yi, as the honorary dean, could directly recommend disciples to the Morningstar Academy. This was a huge power in the academy. For the sake of a spot to become a disciple of the East Continent Academy, the people outside would do anything to get it. It was not like Lin Yi had not seen the fiery scene of the Morningstar Academy's disciple selection. Ling Yuanqing giving him this power meant that he could easily send people to the Morningstar Academy in the future. Of course, the number of spots that would eventually be handed over to Lin Yi would definitely be very limited. Even if it was a disciple recommended by Lin Yi, he would still have to go through the final round of evaluation by the 3 Morningstar powerhouses. It was obviously impossible for ordinary Tom, Dick, or Harry to sneak in and waste cultivation resources. However, with the relationship between Lin Yi and the 3 Morningstar powerhouses, as long as the disciple's aptitude was not too bad, the 3 Morningstar powerhouses would definitely not make things difficult for the person he personally recommended. It was basically equivalent to him making the decision himself. With regards to this, Lin Yi did not hesitate to accept it with a smile. This was equivalent to paving a ready-made stepping stone for his subordinates. Even if it was just to force his seniors to think about it in the future, he had no reason to reject it. After bidding farewell to the 3 Morningstar powerhouses, Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaodao accompanied Lin Yi to the Hong Merchant Association. Although there was nothing special that needed to be told, Honest Chai was still one of his people after all, and he naturally had to inform him before he left. Without a doubt, Honest Chai once again expressed his loyalty. With Lin Yi's stunning display at the Morningstar auction and his cooperation with Qing Danzi, he had now completely established a foothold in Morningstar City. In the Hong Merchant Association, he had also become a true lord, and his power and status were not to be underestimated. In the past, he did not have much say, but now he had enough qualifications to wave the flag for Hongzhong. If he could groom a few more subordinates like him in the future. The day when Hongzhong, the vice president, would forcefully enter the headquarters on Middle Island was not far away. After leaving the Hong Merchant Association, Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaodao followed Lin Yi all the way to the city gates. Lin Yi repeatedly urged them to stop before the two girls reluctantly stopped in their tracks. "I'm leaving now, you two take good care of yourselves. If there's a chance, go to the Morning Pride Academy to find Hui Yudi. The three of you must support each other when you go to the Mystic Sea region in the future, advance and retreat together," Lin Yi instructed. "Don't worry, we know this even without you telling us." "Oh right, when the time comes, are we going to bring your Princess Ning Shuefei along?" Wang Xinyan looked at Lin Yi with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Lin Yi rubbed his nose awkwardly. He felt a little guilty about this matter. After all, there were so many beauties who followed him without any complaints, and they never had a clear status. Now that he was engaged to Ning Shuefei, it was really too unfair to Wang Xinyan and the other girls. However, he had no other choice in that situation. He could only think of a way to make it up to them in the future. Feifei's strength is too low, she won't be able to go to the Mystic Sea region in the short term, but it's good for you guys to get to know each other first. Lin Yi blushed. "We know." Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaodao saw his expression and couldn't help but smile at each other. "All right, you two can go back now. We'll meet again in the future. I'll be back," Lin Yi promised. Although leaving the East Continent this time was part of the plan, it was somewhat rushed because of Chang Mingui. However, it was foreseeable that he would definitely return to the East Continent in the future. After all, the average strength of the other Heaven-tier islands was much lower than the East Continent. It was not easy for a mysterious Ascension Realm master like him to quickly improve. Only the East Continent, where there were many masters, was the best place to train. "Yes, you said it yourself. Don't let us wait for too long." Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaodao wrinkled their noses at the same time, their eyes a little red. Parting was always a sad thing, and they didn't know when they'd be able to see each other again after parting this time. "I won't let you guys wait for too long, I promise." Lin Yi nodded and said softly. He hugged Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaodao lightly and left under the gaze of the two girls. Chapter 4968. As he was leaving Morningstar City, Lin Yi suddenly saw two familiar figures on the city wall. They were Bao Zuoliang and Su Kesheng, who had disappeared on the way. At this time, the two of them sneakily hid on top of the city wall to watch. Su Kesheng was still fine, but Bao Zuoliang was covered in injuries and looked miserable. In order to send a message to Chang Mingui, he ended up in such a miserable state. Just thinking about it made one's heart ache. This time, they finally managed to incite such a powerful expert to deal with Lin Yi, but in the end, Lin Yi was still safe and sound. This result really made the two of them feel unlucky. Bao Zuoliang's injuries were all in vain. However, Lin Yi had already grown to such a terrifying level. Even if they were not satisfied, what could they do? Could they find someone more ruthless than Chang Mingui to deal with Lin Yi? Fortunately, Lin Yi had finally left. This was the only good news for the two of them. Otherwise, they would have to live in fear in Morningstar City. If Lin Yi found out that they were the ones behind this, the consequences would be unimaginable. The two of them were not worried for no reason. In fact, Lin Yi had already guessed that they were behind this. After all, after the two of them mysteriously disappeared from Thunder Plain Island, Chang Mingui came to kill him. Even if they didn't notice it at the time, they would be able to figure it out later. Lin Yi glanced at the two of them with a faint smile and then left Morningstar City. He had no intention of dealing with these two. It was not that he couldn't, but it was not necessary. In his eyes, these two were just clowns. Not only were they not a threat to him, but they were also no threat to Wang Xinyan and the others. Morningstar Academy was almost under Lin Yi's control. Not to mention a mere Bao Zuoliang, even his father would not be able to do anything about it. Lin Yi didn't say anything on the way, and a couple of days later, he appeared in Soaring Clouds territory. He had originally thought that it would be interesting if he met the West Mountain Almighty Being again. This was not impossible. Heretic cultivators were usually very vengeful. Since the West Mountain Almighty Being did not dare to enter Morningstar City, he might have been waiting outside. However, from the results, it seemed that Lin Yi was thinking too much. A few months had passed, and the almighty West Mountain wouldn't have been waiting outside Morningstar City for so long. After entering Soaring Cloud Academy, Lin Yi quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding disciples. Although he wasn't a disciple of Soaring Cloud Academy, after experiencing the battle with Lung Rufan for half a month and the incident on the Path of the Giants, his reputation here was not any lower than Lung Rufan's. Lin Yi was speechless after being criticized like a panda in broad daylight. He had no choice but to escape into the newcomer's courtyard. He could only use butterfly microsteps to escape. But before he could speak, he's right. Fuck. Lin Yi was shocked. Without saying anything, he waved his hand and a 5 elements 8 trigrams murderous aura shot out. A lifelike 8 trigrams flood dragon roared and wrapped around the huge ice blade above his head. In an instant, it was crushed into pieces. Even the mountain-like blade momentum was completely offset. Rufan, don't you recognize me? Lin Yi looked at the person in the courtyard with a smile that wasn't a smile. Ah, boss. Lung Rufan was shocked. After seeing Lin Yi's appearance, he couldn't help but blush. He had just noticed someone rushing into the newcomer's courtyard. He thought it was someone with bad intentions, so he chose to attack without hesitation. He didn't expect that person to be Lin Yi. Rufan, your strength has improved a lot. Your attack was so fast that even I was almost hit. Fortunately, my reaction was fast enough. Lin Yi smiled. Boss, you flatter me. My progress is really insignificant compared to yours. In just a few months, boss, you have grown to such a strong level. I heard that you can even defeat the giants of the mountain opening period. It's really a miracle. Lung Rufan's eyes lit up. When Lin Yi was in the East Continent, Lung Rufan basically suppressed him in all aspects. Even after fighting for half a month, Lin Yi's improvement in strength was far from obvious. In the end, he had to rely on a battle of attrition to force Lung Rufan to admit defeat. But now, Lin Yi easily blocked his attack. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Oh, even you know about this. Lin Yi was stunned. It's not strange. This time, the disciples who went to participate in the Road of Giants have returned. Boss, your matter has been spread widely. Besides, even if I don't go outside, I can still hear about it from here, Lung Rufan said matter-of-factly. There are people talking about this newcomer's courtyard. Who? Lin Yi was a little surprised. It's me. Hua Yudi's voice suddenly came from inside the room. Then, 2 delicate figures flew over like young pigeons and threw themselves into Lin Yi's arms. Lin Yi, you're back. Ning Xuefei hugged Lin Yi and said happily. Yes, I'm back. Lin Yi stretched out his hand and rubbed her head. Then, he turned to Lung Rufan and said, I won't stay here for long. Help me find Jiang Kahai. I have something to say to him. Yes. Lung Rufan nodded and turned to go out. Young hero Lin, the spiritual tea is ready. Please come in and have a rest. Yang Chenxue stood in the distance and greeted him. All right, thank you, Miss Yang. Lin Yi nodded and walked into the room with Hua Yudi and Ning Xuefei. The 3 of them chatted while drinking tea. Speaking of which, Yudi, why are you here? Lin Yi asked with a little surprise. He had said that he would go to Morning Pride Academy to find Hua Yudi. He didn't think that she would run over to Ning Xuefei's place. Because I knew that you would come to Soaring Cloud first, so I came. Hua Yudi raised her eyebrows and smiled. Hua Sis came all the way here just to spend a little more time with you. You're touched, aren't you? Ning Xuefei giggled as she hugged Lin Yi's arm. Feifei, what are you talking about? Hua Yudi's pretty face immediately turned red when she was suddenly exposed. The 2 of them immediately started laughing and joking around. Lin Yi chuckled as he played with the 2 girls for a while, waiting for them to sit back down, panting heavily. He then asked, Right, Yudi, the thing I asked you to look into earlier, any new developments? You mean that girl from the mortal world? Hua Yudi shrugged and shook her head helplessly. I got people to look into it again, but there's still no news. Ever since she suddenly disappeared, it's like she evaporated from the face of the earth. I can't find any clues. Chapter 4969. You don't have to worry too much. Although she was tortured a lot before, there shouldn't be any sequelae. The problem now is that we can't find her. I've already told the relevant people in the academy that if they find her, they will inform me as soon as possible. I believe that will happen sooner or later, Hui Yudi comforted him. Well, that's the only thing we can do for now, Lin Yi nodded. By the way, Lin Yi, how long are you going to stay here this time? Ning Xuefei asked. This. Lin Yi couldn't bear to look at the two girls. Because of Chang Minggui, he was basically running for his life this time. Logically speaking, he couldn't stay here for long, and the sooner he left, the better. Not only would he be in danger if he stayed here, he might even drag Ning Xuefei and Hui Yudi down with him. However, the two girls had been waiting for him for so long, especially Ning Xuefei. Unlike Hui Yudi, who at least had a reunion on the Path of Giants, Ning Xuefei had waited until now to see him again. It was really cruel for them to have to leave so quickly. Can you leave tomorrow morning? Ning Xuefei took Lin Yi's arm and said coquettishly. Tomorrow morning? Lin Yi was stunned. He had thought that he would stay for at least 2 or 3 days to accompany Ning Xuefei. He didn't expect that this girl would be so understanding. He couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Okay, I'll leave tomorrow morning. Then where are you going next? Hui Yudi asked. Originally, I was going to go to your Morning Pride Academy, but since you die, have already rushed over here, I won't make the trip. Can you help me apologize to Aunt Liu? Lin Yi smiled apologetically. She was also a considerate girl. This time, she came to Soaring Cloud Academy not because she wanted to spend more time with Ning Xuefei, but because she wanted to save time for him. Lin Yi knew that very well. Well, are you going back to the North Island next? Hui Yudi continued to ask. Before going back to the North Island, I plan to go to the Middle Island first. Lin Yi thought for a while and said. He hadn't seen Tian Chan and Sydney for a long time. Last time when he went back to the North Island, he said he would go to the Middle Island to see them, but he went to the West Island instead. This time, he could make up for it. Oh, it's a pity that it's not convenient this time. Otherwise, I'd really like to go to Zhongdao with you and meet Tian Chan and Sydney, whom you and Jingjing often talk about. Hui Yudi said with some pity. She had just successfully broken through to the profound ascension realm, so she had to properly stabilize her cultivation level. Liu Ziyu would not let her go out and run around. Yes, I think so too. What a pity. Ning Xuefei sighed as well. Hui Yudi was already half a graduate, while Ning Xuefei had just enrolled. It was even more impossible for her to run around. Don't worry, there will always be a chance in the future. Lin Yi had to smile and comfort the two women, and then said, by the way, Yudi, I've already told Xinyan and Xiaodao to go with you to the Xuanjiesi area. When the Xuanjiesi area starts to recruit people, let me know. No matter whether I can come or not, at least let me know your whereabouts. Well, I got it. Hui Yudi nodded repeatedly. Oh, you're all going to the Xuanjiesi area. What about me? Ning Xuefei said with a sad face. You. Lin Yi and Hui Yudi looked at each other and smiled. Of course you'll stay here and cultivate. Even if you're the princess of the West Island, you can't go to the Xuanjiesi area before your strength reaches the profound ascension realm, right? It's so annoying. If I knew this would happen, I would have cultivated well. I wouldn't have been left alone now. Ning Xuefei said sullenly. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. If you cultivated well, you wouldn't be Ning Xuefei. Among the people he knew, Ning Xuefei and Shangguan Lena had the best family background, and their talent wasn't bad. If they focused on cultivation, they would be able to achieve something great. Unfortunately, the two of them hated boring things like cultivation the most. Even the strength of the foundation establishment realm was obtained by taking pills, let alone other things. From today on, I've decided to cultivate in seclusion. Ning Xuefei snorted angrily. Looking at Lin Yi and Hui Yudi's eyes, she thought about it and quickly changed her words. Forget it, I'll start tomorrow. After you leave, I'll start working hard. I'll definitely surprise you in the future. Really? Then you're not going to study arrays and automatic casting mechanisms? Lin Yi looked at her with a smile. Ah! Ning Xuefei choked. To her, this was much more interesting than cultivation, so she quickly changed her words again. Then I'll use half of my time to cultivate. That should be fine, right? All right, you said it yourself. If I find that you haven't made any progress the next time I come, I'll spank you. Lin Yi smiled. Ning Shuefei looked at Lin Yi's palm and blushed. She said shyly, "Do you want to take off your clothes and spank me?" Fart. Lin Yi had just taken a sip of tea when he spat it all over Hua Yudi's face. Even Hua Yudi choked. What was this girl thinking? Ning Shuefei could only wipe the tea off her face bitterly and said helplessly, "I washed my face today. Thanks." Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He finally stopped teasing this girl and was about to speak his mind. At this time, Leng Rufan suddenly shouted at the door. "Boss, Jiang Kahai is here." "Okay, let him in." Lin Yi nodded and turned to Hua Yudi and Ning Shuefei. "You two go to the courtyard first. I have something to tell him. It's his private matter." "Okay." Hua Yudi and Ning Shuefei obediently responded. After the two girls went out, Jiang Kahai immediately rushed in. He didn't care about etiquette and hurriedly cupped his hands at Lin Yi. "Brother Lin, how is Qin Yu?" "The good news is that she went to the path of the magnet and is now an early-stage mysterious ascension master," Lin Yi said lightly. "Really?" Hearing this, Jiang Kahai was overjoyed, and muttered in disbelief, "How did Qin Yu improve so quickly? She was even weaker than me at that time. It seems like she met a famous teacher in Morning Star Academy. Then I can rest assured." That's great, that's great." Although Qin Yu had pulled far ahead of him in terms of strength, Jiang Kahai did not feel any resentment because of this lowly pride. Instead, he felt happy for Qin Yu from the bottom of his heart. In fact, strength or not was only secondary. In his heart, it was enough as long as Qin Yu lived a good life. No, she didn't meet any famous teachers. On the contrary, she didn't have any backing at all. Instead, she was bullied by others. Lin Yi poured cold water on her. Chapter 4970. "That's why I'm going to tell you some bad news. I hope you can handle it." Lin Yi sighed. Seeing that Jiang Kahai was ready, he slowly said, "Qin Yu was raped by a second-generation cultivator called Zheng Tianguang." Raped, raped. Jiang Kahai almost fainted when he heard that. Lin Yi nodded and told Jiang Kahai about Qin Yu's incident from beginning to end. He did not take a subjective stance and simply narrated it as a bystander. After all, he was just an outsider. Lin Yi did not want his own perception to affect Jiang Kahai's judgment. With that, the room fell into a deathly silence. Lin Yi looked at Jiang Kahai quietly, waiting to see how the guy would react. After a long time, Jiang Kahai suddenly raised his head. His eyes were blood red, and he seemed to be in a hysterical state. He gasped for breath, and he seemed like a ferocious beast that had crawled out of hell. Lin Yi shook his head. This guy was so agitated that he was about to go crazy. However, this was not surprising. Jiang Kahai was deeply in love with Qin Yu. Anyone would not be able to take it when they heard that their lover had gone through such a miserable experience. It was normal for him to have a mental breakdown. Just as Lin Yi was hesitating about whether to knock him out, Jiang Kahai suddenly spoke. His voice was not as clear as before. Instead, it was indescribably hoarse. "Thank you, Brother Lin, for everything you did for Qin Yu. I will never be able to repay you in this lifetime. You're too kind." Lin Yi looked at him worriedly. He sounded calm, but the calmer he was at a time like this, the more abnormal it was. It would have been better if he'd let it all out, but who knew what kind of scary things were brewing behind this abnormal calmness? Bang! 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 Jiang Kahai kowtowed 3 times to Lin Yi, then suddenly stood up and walked out of the room. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lin Yi quickly stopped him. "What are you going to do?" From Lin Yi's point of view, there was only one outcome for such a state of madness under the cover of calmness, and that was to kill. However, it was unknown whether the other party was going to kill Zheng Tianguang or Qin Yu. Killing Zheng Tianguang was easy to understand as he was the main culprit of the tragedy. Killing Qin Yu was also easy to understand as she had given up on herself. To most men, this was something unforgivable. "I want to tear those who bullied Qin Yu to shreds, one by one." Jiang Kahai gritted his teeth, But he did not completely lose his mind. He turned to look at Lin Yi and said, "Big brother Lin, you don't have to worry about me. I'm not stupid enough to kill people now. At least I have to wait until I break through to the profound ascension realm. Otherwise, it won't be revenge, but death." Lin Yi looked at him deeply. Whether it was in terms of strength or aptitude, there was nothing outstanding about this man. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt that this man was not an ordinary person. Under great stimulation, many people would have a mental breakdown, but there were also a few who would be reborn and amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Jianghai might be one of the rare few in the latter category. "Then how are you going to treat Qin Yu?" Lin Yi asked curiously. Although he did not want to interfere in the private matters between these two, he would still feel uneasy if it caused a tragedy. Jianghai glanced at Lin Yi and turned to leave, leaving behind a sentence, "No matter what happened to her in the past, it was not her fault. It was my incompetence. As long as her heart does not change, I will never let her down." What an infatuated man. Lin Yi looked at Jianghai's back and smacked his lips. He had imagined many possible situations, and Jianghai's reaction was undoubtedly the one that gave him the highest evaluation. It seemed that if there was a chance in the future, he could also train this person well. What happened to this Jianghai? He used to look honest, but why is he so angry today? He looks like he wants to eat someone. Ning Shuefei ran in with Hu Yudi. "Yeah, could it be that something happened to Qin Yu?" Hu Yudi asked curiously. Although she did not know about Qin Yu's tragic experience, she had seen how Lin Yi had called Qin Yu over. The only thing that could make Jianghai act so strangely was his fiancée, Qin Yu. Yes, it is indeed Qin Yu's matter. However, this is their private matter. Let's not be nosy. Lin Yi said, then said, "Oh right, I will be preparing to concoct pills, so I won't be accompanying you too." Concoct pills? The two girls were stunned at the same time. Ning Shuefei could not help but pout. "You can concoct pills anytime, but do you have to do it now? You were supposed to leave tomorrow morning." "It is precisely because I am leaving tomorrow morning that I have to concoct pills now. Otherwise, it will be too late." Lin Yi laughed meaningfully. "What will be too late?" Ning Shuefei was confused. "You will know when the time comes." "Oh right, Feifei, come to my room tonight. I have something to do." Lin Yi instructed. "Tonight? I will go to your room alone." Ning Shuefei suddenly blushed. She turned her head and tugged at the corner of Hu Yudi's clothes. She said weakly, "Then let Sister Hu come with you. It seems that there is something good waiting for you, Feifei. I will not accompany you. This journey of becoming a giant has been tormenting me for so long. I still need to have a good sleep to recuperate." Hu Yudi and Lin Yi looked at each other and smiled. She had already guessed what Lin Yi was going to do. Ning Shuefei was confused. She looked at Lin Yi and then looked at Hu Yudi. She pouted and said, "What are you going to do? Why are you being so mysterious?" "You will know when the time comes," Hu Yudi said as she pulled Ning Shuefei out, leaving the room for Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled. He immediately took out the divine armament cauldron and began to refine pills. This time, he was not going to refine a profound first-level pill like the earth-solid pill. Instead, he was going to refine a kind of pill that he was already familiar with. The sky turned dark in the blink of an eye. In order not to disturb Lin Yi, Hu Yudi and Ning Shuefei stayed outside in the courtyard during the day. Even at night, they huddled together in the next room. After hesitating for a long time, Ning Shuefei finally came to Lin Yi's room under Hu Yudi's incitement. I'm here." Ning Shuefei tiptoed in. Her face was red, and she had a guilty look on her face. Puff. Lin Yi was dumbfounded when he saw her dress at the moment. He didn't know what this girl was thinking. At this time, she was only wearing a thin undershirt. It was half transparent and faintly discernible. She was like a tempting little demon. "Why are you dressed like this?" Lin Yi looked at her strangely. Chapter 4971. "That? Which one?" Lin Yi was stunned. "That's it. We are engaged. Although it's a bit unreasonable to do this, after all, we don't know when we will meet again. It's necessary to keep a seed." Ning Shuefei's voice became softer and softer, and in the end, it was almost inaudible. Keep a seed. Fortunately, Lin Yi didn't drink any tea this time, or he'd have sprayed tea all over her face again. This girl's mind was really out of this world. He only asked her to come over at night. How could she think of something like this? Isn't it? Ning Shuefei was a little surprised. Fei Fei, you misunderstood. I really didn't ask you to come this time for this. We are not going to be separated forever. It's just a temporary separation. Why do you want to keep a seed for no reason? Lin Yi was dumbfounded. Ning Shuefei's blushing cheeks became even redder. She quickly covered her chest with her hands and said hurriedly, then I will go change clothes. Ning Shuefei turned around and left. Lin Yi quickly stopped her. Come back. Since you are already here, why change clothes? Anyway, you have to take them off. Take them off? Ning Shuefei couldn't help but be surprised. She looked at Lin Yi in a daze and said, didn't you say that you don't want to keep a seed? I didn't say that, but the next thing needs you to take off your clothes. Hurry up. We don't have much time. Lin Yi reached out and gestured. Oh. Although Ning Shuefei was confused, she still did it obediently. Although she was shy, it was not the first time she acted like this in front of Lin Yi. Thinking back to the first time they met on the far north island, it was the same situation. Ning Shuefei then asked charmingly, then, do you also want to take it off? I'm just helping you improve your strength, not for myself. Why do I have to take off my clothes? Lin Yi said with a smile. Improve your strength. So that's why you called me here. Ning Shuefei finally reacted. She had already heard about this hundreds of times from Shangguan Lena. At that time, she was envious of the other party's ability to quickly improve her strength without cultivating. She had even talked to Lin Yi about it several times. However, Lin Yi felt that it was too much of a waste to do so. It was not a good thing in the long run, so he had never agreed to it. He didn't expect it to be brought up today. That's right. I know that with your personality, it's impossible for you to concentrate on cultivation alone, so I can only choose this last resort, Lin Yi said helplessly. If Ning Shuefei wanted to improve even a little bit, he would definitely not help her improve her strength. After all, only the strength obtained through hard work and hard training was the most reliable. It was a pity that Ning Shuefei was the same as Shangguan Lena. Although she had patted her chest and guaranteed before, Lin Yi was sure that she would never be able to do it. This was purely her nature. Unless the two of them were forced into a desperate situation, they would never have this kind of awareness. Now that Wang Xinyan, Huang Xiaodao, and Hu Yudi were all at the early stage of profound ascension, they would definitely go to the profound sea together in the future. If Ning Shuefei's strength was not raised quickly, she would be the only one left behind. Although there was Lung Rufen and Yang Qianxue guarding here, and Lin Yi had nothing to worry about, he couldn't really let Lung Rufen and Yang Qianxue guard here forever, right? With the resources of the Golden Stage Academy, it was not enough to support the cultivation of a profound ascension expert. Who knew how long it would take for Ning Shuefei to cultivate to the profound ascension stage? If Lung Rufen and Yang Qianxue wasted so many years here for Ning Shuefei, no matter how powerful a genius was, they would still be wasted. Lin Yi felt very guilty. What's more, with Ning Shuefei's mischievous personality, even if she was extremely talented, it was still unknown whether she could reach the profound ascension stage. So after thinking about it, Lin Yi decided to raise her strength first. At that time, he could let her, Lung Rufen, and Yang Qianxue go to the profound sea with Hu Yudi and the others. Lin Yi had nothing to worry about. As for the problem of strength, it could be made up for bit by bit in the future. With Lin Yi's means, he would always be able to think of a way. Great. Ning Shuefei immediately cheered when she heard this. Completely forgetting her current situation, Lin Yi's face turned red. She didn't even notice it herself, and said excitedly, then what realm can you raise my strength to? Can I directly reach the profound ascension stage? Hihi, didn't you vow to cultivate hard during the day? Why did you throw it to the back of your mind so quickly? Aren't you afraid that I'll spank you? Lin Yi laughed. If you want to spank me, then spank me. Anyway, it's fine as long as you don't let me cultivate. I can do a lot of things with so much time saved," Ning Shuefei said in a silly voice. Lin Yi was speechless. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have much time, he might not have been able to control himself in this kind of situation. He could only say, "It's impossible to directly reach the profound ascension stage, but I can first raise you to the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, and then create an artificial thunder tribulation for you to help you fuse with the spirit root to reach the profound ascension stage. Here, these are the 2 7th-grade Great Recovery pills that I just refined. Do you still have the Thunder Xian pill that I gave you last time?" Ning Shuefei took the 2 pills in a daze, both of which were of the best quality. She said strangely, "Yes, don't you only need the Thunder Xian pill to reach the profound ascension stage? Why do you still need the 7th-grade Great Recovery pill? The Thunder Xian pill can only be used to buffer the Thunder Tribulation. For people like you Dai and the others who cultivate normally, it is indeed enough to have one Thunder Xian pill. Even if they fail to reach the profound ascension stage, they can still ensure their lives. But you are different, your strength was raised by external forces, and your foundation is not enough. I'm afraid that there will be an accident. These 2 Great Recovery pills may come in handy," Lin Yi explained. In fact, if it was only the 7th-grade Great Recovery pill, he didn't need to refine it on the spot. But he was afraid of accidents. Only by refining the best quality pills himself could he be at ease. After all, this was not a trivial matter, and he must ensure that nothing goes wrong. If there was no Chang Mingui, who was eyeing him covetously, Lin Yi could have raised Ning Shuefei's strength to the peak of nascent soul stage and let her consolidate for a few months before attempting to reach the profound ascension stage. Unfortunately, the situation was special, and he could only take a little risk. Of course, this was also because of Ning Shuefei's extraordinary aptitude. If she only had an average aptitude, Lin Yi would never do this, because after raising her strength to the peak of nascent soul stage, she would immediately attempt to reach the profound ascension stage. The difficulty of this was absolutely not a small matter, and only the true geniuses could succeed. Lin Yi believed that Ning Shuefei was such a genius, but this genius was more mischievous and never liked to cultivate. Chapter 4972. Next was the real challenge. Lin Yi gave Ning Shuefei only 2 hours to familiarize herself with the realm of Yuanying realm, and it couldn't be more than that. Since she couldn't make steady progress step by step, she could only take advantage of the strong inertia of the improvement of strength to break through to Xian Sheng. If she waited too long in the middle, the rhythm of rapid upgrading would be cold, which would increase the difficulty of Ning Shuefei, so 2 hours was the limit. After 2 hours, Ning Shuefei suddenly opened her eyes, and there was an unprecedented brilliance in her eyes, which made Lin Yi's eyes brighten. This girl's aptitude was really against the natural order. In just 2 hours, she had already familiarized herself with the new realm of Yuanying realm. Even if it was not completely stable, in the eyes of ordinary people, it was already a great move against the natural order. "Let's go, find a secluded place to break through to Xian Sheng." Lin Yi was relieved. Ning Shuefei's state at the moment gave him a little more confidence, not to mention that she had the Thunder Xian pill and the 7th-grade Recover pill of the best quality. Even if Ning Shuefei failed this time, she would not be in danger, so he didn't need to worry too much. The 2 of them arrived at the outskirts and waited for Ning Shuefei to signal that they were ready. Without hesitation, Lin Yi unleashed the 1,000 lightning explosions. The power of this 1,000 lightning explosions was several times stronger than normal lightning tribulations. It was enough for Ning Shuefei to use it to merge with her spirit root. Of course, it didn't matter if it wasn't enough. With Lin Yi here, he could add another lightning strike at any time. As for the more powerful thunder burial, even a master in the early stage of mountain opening like Zong Zili couldn't resist it. With Ning Shuefei's strength, even if she took the Thunder Xian pill, it would be useless, and she would be struck into ashes. Lin Yi didn't dare to take this risk. Looking at Ning Shuefei, who was immersed in the dark blue thunder pillar, seeing that she was still calm at the moment, Lin Yi was completely relieved. Although this girl usually played tricks and refused to cultivate, at this time, she still had the demeanor of a big family. She deserved to be the daughter of Ning Shangling, the master of West Island. Her talent and demeanor were deeply rooted in her bones. A mother knows her daughter best. If not, How could Ning Shangling insist on letting her be the successor of West Island? After all, it was not a good thing for a weak person to climb to such a high position. Ning Shangling was not the kind of person who would bet on the fate of West Island with her daughter. Since she insisted on doing this, it meant that Ning Shuefei did have the potential, the extraordinary potential to grow up to be the master of West Island. For a person who had the potential to grow into the master of the West Island, things like breaking through to the profound ascension realm were just a piece of cake for her. Just like Ning Shuefei's current performance, it was as if nothing had happened. This girl's talent is really scary, it's a pity. Lin Yi couldn't help but shake his head. With Ning Shuefei's talent and background, if she was willing to train hard, she would have already become a profound ascension stage master. There would be no need for him to do this. At dawn the next day, when Lin Yi brought a completely new Ning Shuefei to the newcomer's courtyard, Hui Yudi, Lung Rufeng, and Yang Chenxue were already waiting at the door with their heads raised in anticipation. In addition, Ning Shuefei's master, Chen Xingmo, had also come. How is this possible? Feeling Ning Shuefei's powerful aura, Hui Yudi was not surprised at all, but Lung Rufeng and Yang Chenxue's eyes almost popped out. She was clearly still in the gold core stage yesterday. How did she become the early stage of the profound ascending stage overnight? Is this world crazy? Even Chen Xingmo, who had always been gentle and intellectual, couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand at this time, and looked at Ning Shuefei blankly, not knowing what to say. It's just a little trick, I hope everyone can help me keep it a secret. Lin Yi cupped his hands to everyone. This is a little trick. Lung Rufeng almost bit his tongue off, and said with a strange face, "Boss, even if you are modest, there should be a limit. If this is all a little trick, then what is the point of us people cultivating? We might as well go back to our hometown to farm." He and Lin Yi didn't get to know each other without fighting. Before this, although he felt that Lin Yi was powerful, he never thought that he would be worse than Lin Yi, but Lin Yi's move completely subverted his worldview and outlook on life. When he thought of those stupid ideas before, he wanted to find a hole to hide in. There was only one thought in his mind now: his boss was really a god. Yes, your method is really incredible, it can be called heaven-defying. Chen Xingmo also sighed, looked at Ning Shuefei and said with a bitter smile, "It seems that Master has nothing to teach you in the future. How can that be? Fei Fei still has a lot of things to learn from Master, especially array. Master, you can't hide it." Ning Shuefei hugged Chen Xingmo intimately. In the past, she used to allocate more than half of the time to cultivate, but now it was good. Before going to the Xuanjie Sea, she only needed to follow Chen Xingmo to concentrate on learning array, which was exactly what she wanted. That's good, array has many uses, Fei Fei. It's not a bad thing for you to understand more, it will come in handy in the future. Chen Xingmo nodded. Although she was not a formation master, she had some experience in this aspect. At least, it would not be a problem for her to guide Ning Shuefei. As for the future, if Ning Shuefei wanted to go further, with her identity as the Princess of West Island, she could totally find a better formation master to teach her. She could be considered as laying the foundation for Ning Shuefei. Alright, I've done what I need to do here. Let's part ways here, we'll meet again in the future. Lin Yi said. Then you have to take care of yourself. When the Xuanjie Academy starts recruiting, you must rush over. Ning Shuefei and Hui Yudi looked at each other and said, "I will try my best, don't worry, I will definitely come to find you." Lin Yi nodded, gently hugged Hui Yudi and Ning Shuefei, cupped his hands towards the crowd, turned around and left. Along the way out of the gate of Soaring Cloud Academy, Lin Yi was not surprised, once again attracted the attention of the crowd, but the focus of the crowd was not only him. The surrounding people were clearly talking about the strange phenomenon last night. After all, the Thousand Thunder explosion was a huge movement. It was impossible to not be noticed at all. Lin Yi secretly shivered. This was not a good thing. If Chang Mingui chased him nearby, it would be very easy for him to find his trace. As expected, it was better to leave as soon as possible. Using the butterfly subtle steps to leave the boundary of Soaring Cloud City, Lin Yi went straight to the largest yellow rank port in the East Continent. After all, he did not have a flying spirit beast with him. It was not easy to go to the Middle Island, he could only take a boat. However, if he wanted to go from the East Continent to the Middle Island, ordinary boats obviously would not work, Only warships and treasure ships could cross the vast sea, but these warships and treasure ships were the strategic resources of the various forces. Under normal circumstances, how could they let outsiders ride on them? Chapter 4973. Okuda BA had said before that if he didn't go out to sea, he would usually be stationed at the Golden Port. Hero Lin, I didn't expect you to become a mysterious ascendant early stage master in just a few months. Congratulations. Okuda BA was stunned when he saw Lin Yi. The last time he saw Lin Yi, he was only at the middle stage of nascent soul. This improvement was not just huge, it was like flying. He had never seen the world before. If he knew that Ning Shuofei went from Golden Core stage to Mysterious Ascendant stage overnight, his reaction would be the same as Lung Rufan's, and his eyes would pop out. It's rare to come to the East Continent. If my strength didn't improve at all, how can I go back and meet people? Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. That's too exaggerated. I've been in the East Continent for so many years, but I've never heard of anyone improving as fast as you. Young hero Lin is indeed extraordinary. Okuda BA sighed, then asked, Young hero Lin, are you preparing to go out to sea? Yes, I plan to go to Middle Island. I don't have any connections here, so after thinking about it, I can only ask the captain for help. Lin Yi nodded. What do you mean help? Hero Lin, did you forget that you are the honorary vice captain of this ship? We are all on the same side, how can I help you? Okuda BA pretended to be dissatisfied. I said the wrong thing. Captain, please don't blame me. Lin Yi shook his head and laughed. Okuda BA was also a wonderful person. Not only was he capable, but he also changed his attitude quickly. However, he was very enthusiastic about those who caught his eye. As long as they were used to his style, it was not difficult to get along with them. That's right. Okuda BA smiled and patted Lin Yi's shoulder. I'll get someone to arrange it, but it'll take some time to prepare. After all, such a big warship can't go there empty-handed. There are so many brothers who have to eat. It's not realistic for them to go to Middle Island alone for you. I hope you can understand this. Of course. Lin Yi nodded his head. The resources consumed by an ancient warship for a trip to the sea was an astronomical figure. Even if Okuda BA valued him, it was impossible for him to lose so much money. He would definitely take the opportunity to make some profits. That's good. Young hero Lin is indeed reasonable. I'll get someone to hang up Nokojima's signboard. I believe that there will be a merchant association looking for you soon. It won't take long. Okuda BA smiled. Under normal circumstances, an ancient warship of his size would not do such business. Usually, he would deal with the big shots of the various Heaven Stage Islands and then do business with the various forces. Just like last time when he carried the disciples of Morning Pride Academy and Soaring Cloud Academy, he would rarely run errands for the various chambers of commerce. But this time, the situation was special. Their main purpose was to send Lin Yi to Middle Island, and it was reasonable to get some extra money from the Chamber of Commerce as a subsidy. Ancient warships had always been very popular in the eyes of the big Chamber of Commerce because they were much faster and safer than ordinary treasure ships. So as long as he hung up the signboard, he believed that it wouldn't take long to attract enough business. Although Lin Yi wanted to leave the East Continent as soon as possible, this kind of waiting was unavoidable. He could only stay on the warship patiently. After hovering like this for a few days, the warship was filled with a large amount of resources from the various chambers of commerce. Finally, the warship sounded. Lin Yi stood on the deck and looked at the busy Golden Port. He couldn't help but sigh. Although this trip to the East Continent wasn't long, only a few months. But the things he experienced were full of twists and turns, and all of them left a deep impression on him. While he was sighing, suddenly, Lin Yi's eyelids twitched. There was a sudden gust of wind above the Golden Port. A man and a condor were faintly discernible in the clouds. Isn't that the ghost of death? What is he doing here? Okuda BA's voice suddenly sounded. He had always been used to dealing with big shots. Chang Mingui was a famous person in the Golden Sea, so he naturally knew him. He's here to kill me. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Really? Young hero Lin, when did you offend this guy? Okuda BA was shocked. I beat up his wife and son on the road to becoming a tycoon. Naturally, he hates me to the core. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have left the East Continent in such a hurry. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. There's such a thing. I remember that his wife, Zhong Zili, is an early-stage mountain opening expert. You can even beat her. Okuda BA was shocked again. That's not a good thing. Otherwise, why would this guy chase me all the way here? Lin Yi shook his head with a bitter smile. He'd underestimated Chang Mingui's determination to kill him. He'd been injured quite badly last time, but he'd come back so quickly, chasing him all the way to the Golden Dock. It was truly unexpected. Don't worry. Since he's on my ship, it's useless even if he chased me all the way here. You just stand here and watch. Let's see if he dares to take a step closer. Okuda BA chuckled. It seemed like he had no intention of giving Chang Mingui any face. This. Lin Yi was stunned. He really didn't expect Okuda BA to be so loyal. Hehe, this isn't just for you. Speaking of which, I have a little history with this guy. When I went to find his wife to refine pills, this guy actually wanted to poke his nose into my warship. He's really too much. This time, it's a good chance to break his spirit. Okuda BA sneered. Then, thank you, Captain. I can't thank you enough. Lin Yi cupped his hands gratefully. If Okuda BA didn't protect him today, the scene in Nanzhou's sea would have happened again. The only difference was that he was being chased by Shishan Elder, but this time, it was Chang Mingui. As the two were talking, Chang Mingui had also noticed Lin Yi's silhouette. After all, Lin Yi was standing on the deck in broad daylight. If he couldn't see him with his spiritual sense as a late-phase mountain master, then that meant he was a fake. He's here. Chang Mingui was overjoyed. After sending off his brother Chang Tianwen, he went back to help Zhong Zili and Chang Liting settle down. These two were now in a vegetative state, and unless he could find a doctor like Zhongliju to save them, it would be hard for them to wake up. This naturally made Chang Mingui grit his teeth. In his rage, he didn't care about his injuries and chased Lin Yi all the way to Morningstar Academy. However, he didn't dare to go there directly, and could only ask around for help. In the end, he learned that Lin Yi had gone to Soaring Cloud Academy. Chapter 4974. Chang Mingui was about to attack without a word, but when he saw where Lin Yi was, especially Okuda BA, who was standing beside Lin Yi, his expression changed. In terms of strength, he did not think much of Okuda BA, but the problem was that Okuda BA was not an ordinary mountain opening expert. He was the captain of the ship. If Lin Yi was standing on an ordinary ship, Chang Mingui would have attacked without hesitation, just like he did on Thunderous Plains Island. Ordinary ships would not be able to withstand his full attack unless their defensive formations were activated to the maximum. But this was an ancient warship. Not only was the defensive formation much more powerful than the treasured ship, but the most important thing was that this thing was equipped with an extremely powerful offensive formation. Not to mention Chang Mingui, a late-stage mountain opening expert, even his clan brother Chang Tianwen, a late-stage earth opening expert, wouldn't dare to challenge such a terrifying ultimate weapon by himself. Not to mention other things, just the starfall formation alone was enough to make people tremble with fear. Chang Mingui did not even dare to give chase as he watched the warship swagger away. What if Okuda BA used the starfall formation to attack him after he chased him to the sea? At that time, not even his bones would be left. Okuda BA was an extremely daring person, and they had a grudge against each other. It was not impossible for him to do such a thing. He had already caught up to Lin Yi, but he could only watch helplessly as Lin Yi escaped. Chang Mingui was about to go crazy with anger. But as angry as he was, Chang Mingui was helpless in this situation. He could not even vent his anger on the people around Lin Yi. After all, he was only in the late mountain opening stage, not the late earth opening stage like Chang Tianwen. If he dared to go to a morning star or morning prodigy to kill people and cause trouble, there would only be one outcome: death. Lin Yi could not help but laugh as he watched Chang Mingui stiffen above the golden port. This guy was not stupid to be able to maintain his rationality under such circumstances. It's a pity that this guy didn't take the bait. Okuda BA slapped his thigh. You really want to kill him? Lin Yi was surprised. He thought that Oba-Okuda was just joking. He didn't expect that Oba-Okuda really had such intentions. Of course. Ever since I saw you controlling the starfall array, I've been studying it. I feel like I've improved a lot, so I decided to make fun of this guy. Who knew he would be so terrified? What a disappointment, Okuda-BA said with a displeased expression. Aren't you afraid of the repercussions of killing him? He has a clan brother called Chang Tian-Wen, who is a late-stage Earth-opening realm expert. Lin Yi could only remind him. What's the big deal about the late stage of Earth creation? Could it be that the sea dragon we encountered last time was inferior to him? B.A. Okuda's face was full of disdain, and he said with a yearning expression, compared to the true super-existences in the endless sea, these people are not even worth a fart. I have an ancient battleship, and I can even travel the endless sea. Why would I be afraid of them? If he dares to come, I dare to kill him. Lin Yi was suddenly speechless. This guy was indeed a dangerous person. When they first met, he didn't hesitate to throw him, the prince consort of West Island, into the sea to feed the sea beasts. He didn't take the dignified West Island seriously at all. Now, his attitude was even more vivid. A person who could travel the sea was really not simple. Although the route from Dongju to Middle Island was much shorter than that from West Island, it was still a dangerous journey. However, since it was an ultimate weapon like the ancient battleship, the so-called danger was not worth mentioning. Such a huge ship could not only fight against natural disasters, but also deter the powerful sea beasts that were ready to make trouble in the sea. Unless the last situation occurred, the ancient battleship was almost invincible in the vast sea. How many sea dragons were there in the world, and how high was the probability of encountering one? B.A. Okuda had traveled the sea for 300 years, and he had only seen the so-called god of the sea once. The probability was lower than winning the lottery in the secular world. As for being targeted by sea dragons twice in a row, this kind of situation did not exist at all. It was a peaceful journey. When the huge and spectacular ancient battleship docked in Middle Island, the dock suddenly caused a commotion. Unlike treasure ships, the ultimate weapon like the ancient battleship had always existed in Dongju. Unless the Dongju delegation came to visit, it was usually not seen in a place like Middle Island. Captain, thank you so much for this time. Lin Yi stood on the deck and said goodbye to B.A. Okuda. Don't mention it. We are on the same side. Don't mention it. B.A. Okuda looked at Lin Yi with some dissatisfaction, and then asked, by the way, how long are you going to stay in Middle Island this time? Do you want me to wait for you? Anyway, I have nothing important to do recently, and I can go to North Island on the way. There's no need for that. I'll be staying in Middle Island for a while, and it's not like the distant East Continent. It's very convenient to go from Middle Island to North Island. Captain, you don't have to wait for me. Lin Yi smiled. There were indeed many ways for him to go back to North Island from Middle Island. Whether it was the will of heaven or the Hong Chamber of Commerce, he could arrange it. However, East Continent was different. It was very difficult to go from East Continent to any other heaven stage island. Without enough connections, ordinary people could only look at the ocean and sigh. Lin Yi was lucky to have met B.A. Okuda this time. Otherwise, he would have to go through a lot of trouble. I see. Since you said so, I won't try to please you. I'll get someone to hang a sign of East Continent, and I'll go back to East Continent in 2 days, lest the leaders of Middle Island feel uneasy and think that I have some ulterior motives towards Middle Island. B.A. Okuda laughed. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. B.A. Okuda wasn't just joking. Normally, when a sensitive ultimate weapon like an ancient warship appeared, the higher-ups would definitely be notified in advance to avoid unnecessary tension and conflict. However, this was a last-minute idea, and he didn't bring his diplomatic group for an official meeting. Naturally, B.A. Okuda didn't inform them in advance. Under such circumstances, it was good enough that they could reach the shore safely. If they stayed longer, the higher-ups of Middle Island might not be able to eat and sleep well. Although an ancient battleship could not destroy the entire Middle Island, if it were to launch a sudden attack, the vitality of Middle Island would definitely be greatly damaged. The most troublesome thing was that there was no one in Middle Island who could compete with such an ultimate weapon, unless those old monsters who lived in seclusion in the Island Master Pavilion were alarmed. "Captain, let's part ways here. See you again." Lin Yi said goodbye with cupped hands. Chapter 4975. "Okay, I won't stand on ceremony with you, Captain." Lin Yi nodded with a smile and was then escorted off the battleship by Okuda. Looking at the scene at Middle Island's pier, Lin Yi could not help but sigh. The last time he came to Middle Island, his knowledge was not as vast as it was now. At that time, he naively thought that Middle Island was the supreme land and the center of the 5 heavenly islands. However, now it seemed that although Middle Island was the center, it was only the center in terms of geographical location. Its strength and status might not be much higher than that of North Island and West Island. Compared to the unpredictable East Continent and the South Continent with the spirit beasts, Middle Island was still far behind. To put it bluntly, the Middle Island was only treated as the headquarters by many chambers of commerce because of its excellent geographical location. It wasn't because of how powerful the people there were. Only the Eastern Continent, which was filled with experts, could truly represent the peak of the Heaven Stage Island. But then again, although Middle Island's strength was far inferior to the East Continent, it was still the headquarters of the major chambers of commerce. It was also the transportation hub that connected the 4 heavenly islands of the North, South, East, and West. In terms of prosperity, it was not inferior to the main cities of the academies in the East Continent. Walking through the commercial district of Middle Island, Lin Yi unknowingly arrived at the market street. He was worried about Tian Chan and Sydney, so Tiandan Pavilion was naturally his first stop. As the owner of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion, Lin Yi felt a little guilty at the moment. It had been more than 2 years since he left last time, and he hadn't come back even once in such a long time. He was really thorough in leaving the responsibility to others. If it weren't for his own people like Tian Chan and Xue Li, the entire Heavenly Elixir Pavilion might have changed hands a long time ago. As a hands-off manager, Lin Yi was relaxed, but Tian Chan and Sydney suffered. Although they had the support of people like the Will of Heaven, they were women after all. It was not easy for them to establish a foothold in Middle Island. Moreover, Lin Yi disappeared from time to time, causing the supply of elixirs to be unable to keep up. The 2 of them were troubled because of this. It could be said that Tian Chan and Sydney had made great contributions to Tiandan Pavilion. In contrast, Lin Yi did not do much for them. If he did not feel guilty, he could only be said to be too heartless and irresponsible. Fortunately, they finally returned to Middle Island this time. Lin Yi could more or less make up for it. In fact, for the 2 women, as long as he appeared, it was a big surprise. However, before Lin Yi walked to the front, he saw from a distance that the entrance of Tiandan Pavilion was bustling with a large circle of people. Lin Yi was suddenly stunned. After such a long time, Tiandan Pavilion was still so crowded. When Tiandan Pavilion first opened, because there were all kinds of elixirs of the best quality, the business was extremely hot, just like the scene in front of him. However, even at that time, it did not last long. After a few days, the scene was not so hot anymore. Could it be that Tian Chan and Ning Xuefei were good at managing, and after more than 2 years of hard work, they had completely established the reputation of Tiandan Pavilion? But it should not be so popular, right? Lin Yi could not help but feel a little strange. Although Tian Chan could also refine elixirs, she could basically only provide elixirs of high quality. As for the really popular elixirs of the best quality, he still needed to provide them. However, even if he regularly delivered elixirs to Heavenly Dan Pavilion, due to the fact that he had to travel a lot of times, he could not guarantee the quality of the elixirs. Under normal circumstances, he would only sell a limited amount of elixirs. It was already good enough for Tian Chan and Xue Li to retain their popularity, but it was impossible for them to sell so well. After all, if so many people could buy the elixirs that Lin Yi delivered regularly would not last for more than a few days. It was not desirable to have a flash in the pan, and a steady stream was the king's way. Once the supply of the best elixirs was cut off, the loss could not be made up by the hot sales in 1 or 2 days. At that time, the reputation of the entire Tiandan Pavilion would be damaged. There must be something going on here. Lin Yi suppressed the curiosity in his heart and immediately went over quietly. Sure enough, This scene was not because the business of Tiandan Pavilion was booming, but because there was a villain playing tricks. Everyone, don't miss it. Our medicine sect has invited a senior alchemist from the East Continent, and he can refine 6th grade elixirs on the spot. Everyone, if you are interested, hurry up and take a look. If you are late, you won't be able to line up. The owner of the voice was a familiar face. It was the deputy manager of the medicine sect, Jiao Huanshan. Seeing this, Lin Yi frowned slightly. When the Tiandan Pavilion had just opened for business, this Jiao Huanshan had come to make trouble, but at that time, the will of heaven was present and dealt with him casually. He did not expect this clown to jump out again today. Was he not afraid of attracting the will of heaven again? Although he felt strange, Lin Yi did not show up directly. With his current vision, he naturally looked down on such a small character, but this matter was related to the reputation of Tiandan Pavilion. Before the matter was clarified, he was not ready to act rashly. Medicine sect. Isn't this Tiandan Pavilion? A new onlooker in the crowd asked in a low voice. My dear friend, where are you from? Medicine sect and Tiandan Pavilion are mortal enemies. Don't you know this? A busybody next to him curled his lips and said, That's right. Because of the big gimmick of the highest grade elixir, Tiandan Pavilion has stolen a lot of business from the medicine sect in the past 2 years. Now, this deputy manager of the medicine sect is obviously going to steal back the source of customers. TSK, even a 6th grade elixir can be refined on the spot. That senior alchemist from the East Continent is amazing. Maybe he is the legendary 7th grade alchemist. After all, an ordinary 6th grade alchemist would not dare to do this. Another onlooker explained in admiration. This time, Tiandan Pavilion is really going to be defeated. Although it has all kinds of highest grade elixir, after all, the grade is not high. At most, it is only 5th grade. Even if the 6th grade elixir is not of the highest quality, it is still much more popular than Tiandan Pavilion. What's more, after a certain level, everyone has to consider the 6th grade elixir. Those 4th grade and 5th grade elixir are useless no matter how good the quality is. The onlookers sighed. In the end, it is still because of the lack of foundation. Tiandan Pavilion has only been established for 2 years, while medicine sect has been around for hundreds of years. They can easily invite a senior alchemist from the East Continent to hold the fort. What does Tiandan Pavilion have? Someone said disdainfully.